actually rolls him over after trying to stem the bleeding here. You can see in the foreground that plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum threw on the ground. I don't think there's any dispute. There was nothing harmful in that bag. It was a clear bag containing some clear items.
Objection. There is a dispute what's in that bag.
Then you can make that dispute in your argument.
It's argument, and you'll be allowed to respond.
You can see in this video the crowd is attempting to save Mr. Rosenbaum's life.
Wow. What's going on, everybody? They're just watching. Sorry, I came in late because I had to do other work, but dang, what's going on right now? They get the prosecution just said, "Oh, there's nothing in that bag," and then the defense was like, "Yeah, there was," and he's like, "Well, do it on your own time." I am actually new to seeing court cases, and this is going to be so interesting to watch.
The defendant murdering Joseph Rosenbaum from 3 different angles: the drone footage, Drew Hernandez, and also the FBI video. The defendant admitted that during this entire incident, he knew that Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed. I'm going to come back to this in a little while, but there's this alleged threat that Mr. Rosenbaum made earlier in the evening to kill the defendant. I will debunk that.
Oh,
that
really?
did not happen. It is the one fact in this case the defendant wants you to believe that there's no video of. And in fact, I have the video of the entire incident. I've played it for you, and I'll show it to you again.
Megan, this kid's 18 now.
There's also no
17 when this occurred.
Mr. Rosenbaum ever wanted the defendant's gun. He never said, "I'm going to take your gun." He never said, "I want your gun." There's no indication of that. Dr. Kelly has testified that the first shot that the defendant fired at Joseph Rosenbaum hit the victim in the right pelvis, fracturing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was incapacitated at that point. He is, whatever threat he might have posed, it's over.
He doesn't know. He can't say that. Can he say that?
And the defendant doesn't stop after that first shot. He tracks Mr. Rosenbaum's body all the way down, firing 3 more shots. A second shot, which goes through Mr. Rosenbaum's hand, and then a third and fourth shot, one that grazes the right scalp and one that goes right into Mr. Rosenbaum's back. And that is the kill shot. That is the one that took Mr. Rosenbaum's life.
I hope he has proof of that. Doesn't he have to like prove that?
There is no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun. And after that first shot, there's no way Mr. Rosenbaum could have taken
so he could say whatever he wants because it's closing. Okay.
He is already falling to the ground. He is helpless. He is vulnerable. And as I said, the kill shot is the one to the back. This is that wound. Dr. Kelly testified that the angle of this shot was from the left shoulder towards the center of the back, and the bullet continued
Yes, there will be, Carla.
The right
huge backlash.
Lower back area.
But less backlash,
organs,
I believe, if he's guilty. More backlash if he gets off.
Here's a picture of the wound to the hand. There's been a lot of testimony about this wound. This is one in which the evidence suggests that Mr. Rosenbaum's hand.
He was running away from everybody that was coming after him.
Position, palms outward.
All this happened within this frame of like 3.5 minutes.
When the wound, the bullet goes through the area in between his.
I think he can be charged with murder. I think he can.
Penetrates the lower knuckle of the middle finger and the index finger before exiting. Dr. Kelly testified there's soot in that area, suggesting that the hand was close to the end of the defendant's barrel of the AR-15 at the time of that shot. The defense wants you to believe it's there because Mr. Rosenbaum is deliberately reaching for the gun. Well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, this occurs after Mr. Rosenbaum has been shot in the hip and has got a fractured pelvis at that point. He is falling. He is not able to walk. He's probably not even able to control much of his movements at this point.
Notice he
when
says
you're
probably.
For that gun,
you ever heard of
this is not
adrenaline?
The way you're going to do it. This is not going to be effective. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to the extent Mr. Rosenbaum's hand ever got close to the end of the defendant's gun, it was
it's true. If Kyle was trigger happy,
not at all.
it would have been a massacre.
Now, we've heard a lot about the Zeminskis in this case, and I just want to carve them out of this case right now because it's a red herring.
Update if you didn't know too that
It
they
has
had to
nothing to
throw
do
out
with any
the
of this.
illegal owning of a
There's
weapon
been some
charge.
focus on that because I think the defense was hoping they could work this into their self-defense claim and make an argument that that first shot by Joshua Zeminski somehow made the defendant fear for his life. Unfortunately, the defendant wasn't on board with that.
No,
because
not
in his
today. I doubt it.
testimony, he told you that that shot had nothing to do with his thought process. It didn't affect him in any way. He said he didn't think the shot came from Joseph Rosenbaum. He knew Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and he admitted to me, you can't kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski did. So let's just carve Joshua Zeminski.
This guy is not very good at
I'll
this,
deal
and I'm
with
not a
him
lawyer,
on his
but I'm
arson
like,
trial
okay,
in
that's not the
January.
point. The point is that he's hearing
But until
gunshots.
then,
So, and this guy's
doesn't
lunging
factor
for
in any
him.
of the decisions the defendant made.
So, of
And in fact,
course,
as you see on
I
the
mean, it
FBI
adds
video,
to it for
the
sure.
Zeminskis continue walking straight on down the sidewalk. They don't pursue the defendant. They don't threaten the defendant in any way. Now, the defense wants you to think Joseph Rosenbaum was there to attack.
Do you have sympathy for the people that he shot, though,
We'll
Gypsy
never
Rose?
know what Joseph Rosenbaum was thinking because the defendant killed him. So we're just guessing. But let's assume
what the
for a
hell
minute.
is that
Yeah.
from?
Joseph Rosenbaum.
What movie is?
chasing
What the
after
hell is going on
defendant
here?
because he
Showing
wants to
memes?
do some physical harm to him. He's an unarmed man. This is a bar fight. This is a fist fight. This is a fight that maybe many of you have been involved in. Two people, hand to hand, we're throwing punches, we're pushing, we're shoving, we're whatever. But what you don't do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight.
That's stupid.
What the defendant wants you to believe
Is he telling
that
this
because
guy
he's
that-
the one who brought the gun,
Sorry.
he gets to kill. So I want you to contrast this. Two different scenarios.
Self-defense
One
is
scenario
self-defense
where
regardless
there's
of what
two
you
guys
use.
who are throwing punches at one another like a bar fight. I think we'd all agree
Okay, but-
you can't kill someone. You can't punch the guy, knock him to the ground, and then get on him and strangle the life out of him. That's murder.
You have no
So what's the
sympathy. He was
difference here?
there. He was there for zero. You said for no good
The only
intent. What were
difference
those
is the
guys there
defendant
for?
brought a gun. He brought his AR-15. That's why he's got to come up with
Okay,
this
thanks, Mallory.
cockamamie theory that Joseph Rosenbaum was not only going to take the gun, but take it and then turn it on the defendant. And the defendant actually told you that
Get
he
out
thought
of-
Joseph
get out
Rosenbaum
of
was gonna take
Kenosha.
that gun and not only kill him, but kill other people, which is really ironic considering the defendant is the one who killed people in this case and the only one. But putting that aside, they have to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and use it on the defendant because they know you
Yes, he was. He
can't
was attacked.
claim self-defense against an unarmed man like this.
Yes, you
You
can.
lose the
What the
right
hell?
to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun.
Is he
when
just
you're
saying
the
that,
one
or is
creating
he?
the
Is that the
danger,
law? Because
when
that
you're
doesn't.
the one
I feel like
provoking
he's
other
just
people.
saying that shit. That you can't use that for self-defense. He's
The
just
defendant
saying
fired
shit.
4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum and caused 5 wounds total. The first shot fractured Joseph Rosenbaum's pelvis. This causes him to be helpless. He's falling.
This is the
face
problem.
first to
Yeah,
the ground,
jury's in a
and
no-win.
He is vulnerable. The second shot went through his left hand, probably ricocheted off the ground and hit his lower left thigh. It's a flesh wound. I'm sure it hurt, but probably not all that serious. The third and fourth shots.
It's crazy that he's allowed to say
are
things
as
that are
Mr.
not true,
Rosenbaum
though,
has
for a closing
fallen
statement.
almost completely to the ground. He's parallel to the ground. He is almost face first to the ground. The defendant fires a round into his upper back, which is the kill shot, and another round which grazes his right scalp. At this point, as you saw in that video, a crowd rushes to that body to try and save Joseph Rosenbaum.
Were you there
They're
when
trying to put
Kyle
clothing
was
on the
shooting
wound to stop
and
the
all this went
bleeding.
down, or you
They're gonna
just
take
were
him
in
across the
Kenosha?
street to a
Because
hospital.
I'm close to
KMH,
Kenosha too,
Freighter
so
South
I guess
is literally right across the street.
I don't know what
And
you're
this
saying. That
crowd,
because you were there, that you knew it
except
went
for the
down.
defendant,
Why aren't you a witness in
are
this
all
case then?
focused on trying to save this person's life. A person, by the way, they probably had never even met before.
This is crazy that lawyers
Because
can
that's
lie.
what most people do. Richie McGinnis testified.
True.
I rode with Rosenbaum in the back of that SUV. I told him we'd have a beer together when this was all done. Mr. Rosenbaum was unable to respond.
Mr. Rosenbaum can't. We'll have a beard. Who said? Oh, sorry, I missed that, guys. I wish I
defendant-
didn't miss that.
Decided to pull the trigger on his AR-15 4 times. That was his decision.
Yeah, this is
And he is responsible for every
feel like this is
bullet
bad.
that comes out of that gun. He doesn't get a pass by pulling the trigger
well,
fast.
you saw the guy with his
He
arm
could have
shot. Well,
chosen to
you know
stop
everything
after the
then.
first shot,
Come on, be real.
the second shot,
This is self-defense
after the third
100%.
shot,
Maybe other charges,
and
sure, but
assess
not
whether or
not
there
murder.
was still a need to keep firing. But he went.
Do you have
4
photos from that
times
night,
in
Gypsy? I'd love to
0.76
see those. Can you send them
seconds.
to
The
me?
defense has made a big point of this, how fast he fired, as if that somehow excuses him. Exactly the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. He controls how quickly he pulls the trigger. He is in control of that decision-making process. No one else made him do that. And this is indicative of someone who doesn't care about the consequences, doesn't care to stop and figure out, am I good? Do I need to stop? Or I'm just going to keep on going.
So he has to draw
And as I
this.
said,
He has to paint the
tracks
picture for the
body
jury, right?
all
That's
the
what
way
he's
to
doing
the-
here.
to the ground with those second, third, and fourth shots.
And this is
The
the problem. What
only
he's
way
saying here is mostly not is
that
made
you
up,
could
and that's what
possibly
people are
justify
spouting on Twitter and stuff.
The murder of Joseph Rosenbaum is if you believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was actually reaching for the defendant's gun, and that a reasonable person in the defendant's position with that AR-15 strapped tightly to his chest would think that Joseph Rosenbaum was even capable of taking that gun away as he's falling to the ground with a fractured right pelvis.
Which he doesn't have video of, and he
then,
admits it.
Not only all that, you'd also have to believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to turn that gun around and use it to kill the defendant.
Well, let's look at Joseph Rosenbaum.
You
You're
have
not
to
allowed
believe
to.
all
The
of
guys a
those
child
things
are. So yeah,
to
probably
justify
sure he's
the murder
capable of doing
Joseph
crazy
Rosenbaum.
things.
That's
guy's
why the
du- this
defense
guy's
is trying
bad.
so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill the defendant, which never happened. That's why they're trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was reaching for that gun. Because if he's not reaching for that gun and he's not going to use it to kill the defendant, it is not justified. There is no valid self-defense claim. One of the things the judge has instructed you is that when the defendant provokes this situation, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid killing someone. Did he?
But why lie then?
He
This
didn't
makes
have
you
to
look
shoot.
bad.
He's the one who chose where to run. He chose to run in between those parked cars. He slows down as he gets there. The crowd's already running away. You know, the defense wants to make a point. There's a whole bunch of people over there who are doing stuff to cars, and the defendant had no escape route. The crowd's actually already running away at this point. They've heard the first gunshot from Joshua Zeminski, and they're already starting to scatter.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look on the video, there's a huge open space in that lot where the defendant could have circled back around, and he actually does circle back around after killing Rosenbaum, where he could have gotten away. He has to exhaust
He's
all.
is he
reasonable
serious?
means
Like he
of
hasn't
escape
like we haven't seen the videos?
before
Is this what
killing
he's saying?
Mr. Rosenbaum.
Ugh.
Your Honor, I do have some more video I want to play. I'm having a little bit of technical problems that I'd like to work on, so I think this would be a good time to pause if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
Wow. Okay, so he's having technical
We'll
problems.
talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account.
They're coming back in 45 minutes. So 12:45. It's 12:53. So an hour. Okay, they want an hour. Wow. So going through just what we saw when we started there, that's quite in like he basically just making stuff up. And but I guess I'm trying to understand. This is interesting to watch because I've never seen this go down, right? But he just basically has to paint the picture for the jury. Say this is what happened, this is what happened, was happened. So everything he says can be conjecture, can be lies, can be, you know, bending the truth to shape it however he pleases. That's kind of the point of appealing to a jury, right? You're trying to say, look, this is kind of what this is, in my opinion, what went down, right? This is what he's doing. when when the defense gives their closing argument, it's going to shut down everything that guy just said. And the jury, it's on the jury. And someone said this a little earlier, is that, yeah, it's insane that the jury is stuck between a rock and a hard place no matter what they do. They're going to get leaked. These people are going to be scared for their life. I hope they have protection either way. But here's the case. If Kyle gets convicted and goes to jail, the right will be there and be protesting. You know it's going to happen. If he gets off and he gets exonerated, the left will be there. But the only difference is that the city will burn if he gets off. The right will protest, but the city won't burn. It'll be very interesting to see what happens after this. In the state's opinion, that's a very good point. Very good point. We got to get over this argument. Stop saying he shouldn't have been there. How does this help your argument? It makes it sound worse. Guys, I said this in the last video. Stop using this excuse. He shouldn't have been there. Nobody should have been there. Stop it. It makes your shit sound worse. So these guys like Rosenbaum, who's a 5-time convicted child R, was there, just got freshly out of prison, got there. So stop saying it. It makes it worse. What was he there for? Guy just got out of jail for R-ing children. What's he there for? What's he there? He's there to cause trouble. The fact that the judge didn't allow you guys to use the prosecutor to use the other video about Kyle being a teenager, being a dickhead teenager, right? And saying the things he said is probably better for the prosecution, because if you're going to use Kyle's past, you got to use Rosenbaum and the other guy's past too. So it's all about like, well, if you were allowed, then we had a different. No, if you were allowed, then it would have been put in evidence that this guy's a child R who literally doesn't care about human life and was there to cause problems. It would have been worse for the prosecution, in my opinion. I don't know. Stop saying he shouldn't have been there. That's so stupid. It's such bullshit, old school victim blaming. You guys can't even hear yourself when you say it. Well, she shouldn't have been at that party getting drunk and wearing that skirt. She shouldn't have been there. That is textbook like 80s victim blaming. Stop doing it, because you're perpetuating victim blaming. And then when it comes down the other side, they're going to be like, well, no, you said it was cool to victim blame that way. So stop saying it. You guys are so dumb. He's guilty of what? Self-defense? Or he's guilty of what? If he killed somebody, lots of people have killed other people in self-defense. He's guilty of what, Ali? Say what he's guilty of. Don't just say he's guilty. He's guilty of murder? And if that's the case, are you saying he didn't defend himself? Because if it's so cut and dry like that, why is the whole country divided? And it's not even divided. It's like 70-30, which is kind of crazy. There's no verdict. They're doing closing statements right now. Egypt machine. So you honestly believe he's guilty of murder after watching this trial and seeing what you honestly believe that? I mean, okay. I guess you're hedging your bets, and maybe you're right. Could be right. Because if he is guilty of murder, that's it. There's no coming back. There's appeals and stuff, but that's it. He's done. There's, CT writes, Angel Tattoo is helping the very people that were burning those buildings. He didn't use his gun, spraying it all over the place. He showed restraint in the videos. He definitely he's been trained. Didn't this whole fight erupt? And correct me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong. Didn't this entire scene erupt because they put out a dumpster fire near a gas station? And didn't Kyle take part in putting out that fire? Sorry, I'm just pissed because people they keep spouting the same shit over and over again like it's going to make a difference, and they need to be corrected. People need to be corrected about having misinformation on this. Oh, there's a cat. There's so much misinformation. He didn't cross the border illegally with a weapon illegally. If you know, now everybody's and that's even thrown out. He was allowed to be carrying a weapon. There's even arguments in Wisconsin you can carry a weapon, a long gun, at 14 years old. So all of that legal, completely legal what he was doing. The only thing illegal was that he was there after curfew, like everybody else. There's a video of him running with a fire extinguisher. Thank you. He went out there to put out fire and give first aid, and maybe he did. And I think that's been corroborated by video proof. And I think that's kind of where this whole thing went south, because people were pissed that they put this fire out near a gas station. Could have killed 110, could have killed so many people that fire. You ever seen a gas station explode? Okay, it's crazy. Why shoot of not to kill? I think the reasoning is I was reading this on Twitter actually, and I could be wrong, and they could be wrong. But if you don't shoot to kill, then they could have said you didn't actually fear for your life. They said, well, why did you shoot his leg or his knee? Well, because if I was scared for my life. When you shoot in self-defense, it's to kill. Self-defense is not just like, oh, I'm gonna trip you and run away. Self-defense is like you are allowed to do that. That's the whole point. And that's what I think. People call him racist because this is the narrative of the day. They need this to be the narrative. This is always it's the card they play to make it's the narrative they need. And he's not like, there's no proof of it. Same thing happened with, if you actually think about the Chauvin case, there was no proof that he was racist, but they need to make it that way. That gets the people fired up. That gets news and mainstream media getting the headlines that they need. That's what it is. No matter what the jury comes up with, that changes Kyle's innocence. This is most clear-cut case self-defense. Yeah, if he is convicted, this is going to be insane. It's going to go to the top courts. Like, it's going to have to be appealed all the way. And if Trump or somebody gets in 2024, Kyle will be exonerated. He'll be taken out of prison. But you're right. If he does, in my opinion, get charged with this, self-defense is over in the U.S. for the next 3 years at least. Okay, it needs to be fought all the way to Supreme Court if that's the case, because people need to have the ability to defend themselves. That's just the way it is. Yeah, that's important. He did shoot the people while he was on the ground. It's not like he was over them shooting them either. This is very, very interesting case. Very interesting. Yeah, this is it, Courtney, and this is why it would be appealed to higher courts. If he's found guilty, it's because the jurors are scared for the life, and they shouldn't be. This shouldn't be a case of, this is called due process, and everybody needs to respect due process. And if both lawyers have fought and the jury comes out and says, look, this is self-defense, that needs to be respected. Because what happens if you're in jail next or you're in court next? Okay, you want due process. Everybody wants due process. Everybody needs to know that you are innocent until proven guilty. That has changed in the last 5 years. He's definitely, I don't know. This is crazy. Kristen, he was clearly standing up and walking away after shooting someone in the videos. He was running away. Kristen, I hope you know that in the span of these 3 incidents, it was like 3.5 minutes. It's not like he just sauntered off and like, la, 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 this guy was being chased. Like, you clearly have your mind made up, and that's, I understand that. But do you honestly believe, Kristen, there's no other way it could be self-defense, that it's so cut and dry, black and white, that it's murder, that's it? That's the problem. Because I don't think it's super cut and dry. I think the self-defense part is, but there are other insinuating factors. People like to lump numerous issues together to make their case, most based on emotion, have sick. Yeah. And that's the problem with social media. You don't need to have a facts of case anymore. This is the crazy part. Like, people like Kristen don't need the facts. She just like knows what she knows, and she knows it. Are you saying, Kristen, he shot these guys over top of them like this? Is that what you're saying? Because I'll bring up the videos if you want to watch them. I'll get struck, but I'll bring them up. He was being chased because he was carrying a gun. That is threatening. Would you chase somebody who had a gun? Would you really honestly chase someone who had a gun if you were scared of them? That argument is I'm sorry, and I hate to offend you. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. I'm not chasing after someone I think is dangerous with a gun. That is just not what a human does. Sorry. Yes, open carrying a rifle is not threatening and is not illegal. Exactly. Lots of people carry guns. It's weird. I get it. I agree with you. It's weird, but it's not illegal. I'm probably 90% left leaning, but I don't get how people think this is self-defense. He broke other laws, but he was defending himself. Agreed. Most people, I think, are with you on that. 70% of the population, anyway. Here's the thing, guys. Mainstream media wants this to be this. This is everybody's capitalizing on this. They want riots. They want this stuff like they did the summer it all went down. They want this. Very important for them to get it. People need to see that. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? So I'm sure he was thinking clearly. He got up and ran to the police. Yeah, that's the thing too. You have to, everybody's put into consideration. He ran to the police after. He didn't try to run away or get away from it. He went to the police and said, look, self-defense, dude, self-defense. I'm here putting myself in. Sam thinks he's innocent. Now he showed me his butthole. My honest opinion that is self-defense, 100%. Shouldn't have been there because just nobody should have been there, but especially a kid. I know I say shouldn't have been there, but I mean, like, it should none of this should have happened. But at the same time, everybody was there for whatever reasons they were there for, and Kyle was absolutely defending himself. The end. That's it. And you guys, again, people, please know this as Americans. You want him to be exonerated because you also are going to want the ability to defend yourself if anything like this ever happens. You want to be able to defend yourself. I can't understand how so many people don't want this right as a human being. This is what leads to this type of behavior, right? When somebody gets AR'd on a train in New York and people just film it because they don't want to interrupt it, because they don't want to get arrested or charged. When people are walking out of grocery stores with thousands of dollars worth of stuff, stealing it because they don't want to be charged with stepping in and getting in the way. Self-defense is the most basic, fundamental human right. You should be able to defend yourself. Everybody needs this Kyle to win this case. Everybody does. I think it's interesting too that they've activated 500. What do you call those guys? I'm sure we call them something else, but basically your lower level military. They've activated 500 of them. Okay, where were those people during these riots? Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. National Guard. Yeah, thank you. Just trying to read comments with Sam in the way here. So FBI had the footage and didn't give it to the defense. Is that against the law or something like that? I don't understand. Is that, people bring that up a bunch of times? What's the big deal with that? Like, they got to see it in the court, or is it just because they never got to see the evidence before, right? Yes, Sam is the king of the castle. He loves me. That's for sure. Hey, buddy. Yeah, that's true. What about the defenseless children? Yeah. I mean, again, we don't really want to talk too much about the past of these guys. It does play a role, but at the same time, if we do want to throw these guys under the bus for their past behaviors, you have to throw Kyle under the bus for his past behavior. And there's video of him fighting girls, and there's video of him saying, if you can believe it's him saying, if I had my gun, I'd definitely shoot rounds at them. There are videos both ways. Now, I'm pretty sure the verdict will come tomorrow. They're doing their final closing arguments today. Then they'll do their verdict likely, and it's going to be quick. It's going to be quick. Yeah, there's 500 National Guard troops already called for tomorrow. Well, they're already there. Where were the 500 National Guards during the riots? Does anybody have a real answer? Like somebody who believes in the protests and everything else, why were they not there? Yeah, I'm going to do LeBrat's new video. I was going to do that before I came live today. Then I started watching the thing and I'm like, oh my gosh, we have to talk about this. Kez, chill. Lots going on. Didn't throw anybody under the bus. Pay attention. Stick to the topic. Brittany Adams, he got the gun. He gave his buddy the money to buy it and kept it in Kenosha and didn't own it. His friend owned it and then he borrowed it. That's how they got away with it. As someone with PTSD from finding unalive student, oof, watching him testify was hard. It was harder than watching people. Yeah, that's sad. If the jury takes a long time to deliberate, chances are he's walking out of there. I disagree, Will. If they don't take a long time, I think he's walking out of there. They're going to say, nah, self-defense, the end. Like this, Will, were you listening to the prosecutor right now? He was terrible at his closing arguments. He's like, well, there was an alien that came down and stuff, and he was just making stuff up. It was weird. No, it wasn't. Cammy Little, it was not illegal for him to carry that weapon. Where have you been for the last 24 hours? Not period. You say period as if that's going to make this all. Nope. That charge was thrown out because it was legal for him to carry a long weapon. Even at 14 years old, you're allowed to in that state. So you say period, and I hope you can reverse that now. Kyle's now 18 during the time he was 17. Yeah. The fact that this is a good point, CT. The fact LeBron James made fun of Kyle, but said nothing about Travis Scott when Astroworld killed 10 people, by the way, and a 9-year-old included. Good point. LeBron James can suck it. I hate that guy. Well, you don't want to stick to the topic, Kez. Stick to the topic. I'm telling you, my source says stuff's going down. If in the end nothing happens, I promise you guys, and I said it in my comments, I will come out and do what I have to do about it. I know the stakes, so chill. The reason I say that is because an indication that they can't come to a unanimous conclusion. Okay, which means hung jury, most likely. No way 12 people are going to convict this kid. Yeah, there's not. No way. Mm-mm. But doesn't it only take one to... No, you're right. It has to be a unanimous decision, right? Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't crying. He was having a panic attack. That's a big difference. Well, Samantha, it's judgy because this is a very divisive topic, which is why I'm sitting here talking to you guys. It's very, very, very interesting. It's very 70. Well, it's divided 70-30 even inside this chat. Generally, people think he's guilty of murder, and I'm like, why do you want this guy to be guilty of murder? Then nobody's going to be able to defend themselves from this point forward. This is a case that is landmark, right? It's a landmark case that decides other cases ahead of it. You want to be able to protect yourself. The end. This is one of the most clear-cut things most people with a brain can see is self-defense. People don't want it. I don't understand why you don't want this to be self-defense. It's crazy. Like, you don't want people to be able to defend themselves. Any word on George Floyd nephew did in fact threaten to dox jurors? I'm sure they're waiting for this all to be over to see what happens before they press charges. Because if he did that and it's been proven that he has done that, that's like 12 years in jail or some insane thing, right? They wanted, yeah, it's all politics. If you're going to play politics with people's lives, you need to get out of politics. Whoever allowed, whatever governor you had allowed that to happen last summer, I hope you vote them out. Even if you want to vote blue again, get another blue in there. Vote this person out. You should not be rewarded for allowing your state to be burned to the ground. Sorry. You should not, you should be voted out. I'm not covering the Arbery case. I don't know it very well. This one I've been watching like 500 other million people. I think the Ahmaud Arbery case though is pretty clear cut case of like murder though, as far as I can see. I think, right? Those guys definitely were wrong. Definitely wasn't self-defense on those three guys' parts. Yeah, Kira, this is a good point. The prosecutor was saying something like, well, the bag had nothing in it. But the defense was like, nah, there was stuff in it. And this is a good point. Like, what do people want to do? He's like, he brought the prosecution made the argument he brought a gun to a fist fight, right? But it's not the case. There was lots of weapons being used. Skateboard for one, a bag full of stuff we don't know what was in for two. So it's not just a fist fight. Okay. And again, the prosecution argument is stupid because defense is defense, regardless of what you do. Okay. Defense is defense. Just because you have a stronger weapon of defense doesn't mean you can't defend yourself. That's this prosecutor. How did they put this guy in the case? Yeah, the people who are going to riot are not interested in details. People like Antifa and people who are going to riot are just going to riot because that's what they do. It's a social act. Brittany Adams, it doesn't matter if they're unarmed. It matters that there was violence, that he was threatened. It doesn't matter if they were unarmed. Threat is a threat is a threat. Guy had a bag of stuff that he threw. The other guy has skateboard. Those are threats. Do you honestly believe, Brittany, that getting hit with a skateboard is okay? Like it's not going to hurt you? You can kill someone with a skateboard easily. There's like sandpaper on one side with a kind of a pretty sharp edge on a skateboard with wheels and trucks with like sharp edges. I'm sorry. I can't believe that you guys think that it matters how you defend yourself. As long as you defend yourself, that's it. You guys want to be able to defend yourself. I can do a chat poll. Let me see if we can find it here. He was asking for trouble. Lauren, no, like I'm not trying to make fun of you. How old are you? Did you grow up in the 70s and 80s? Because what you're doing here is textbook victim blaming from the 80s. Okay, you gotta get away from this. You gotta stop victim blaming. It's the same argument. She shouldn't have been at that party drinking and wearing that skirt. It's the same argument. It's the same argument. You cannot victim blame. You gotta stop, even just for your own sake. You really call yourself out when you victim blame other people. It's crazy. And there's the poll. If you if you are trying to stop who you believe is an active shooter and the shooter kills you, he shouldn't be held responsible for your death. I mean, is that what they're saying? That they believed he was an active shooter? Because I've never heard that. And there would be no evidence to that. So, I mean, you could use it as your defense, I suppose, and say, well, I thought he was an active shooter, so I came after him. Possibly, yeah. I'm sure. I'm wondering if the prosecutor will use that. If you think it's an active shooter, are you really going to go after? And really? I don't think you would. I think you would run for your life. Yes, they believed he was an active shooter. He shot someone and started running away. I mean, I feel like that would be a pretty good prosecution point. So saying some guy saying they thought doesn't help me. We need video proof. I mean, you're going to have witnesses and video proof and evidence of all that kind of stuff. Also, yeah, there's footage. So just look at the footage. When there is literally 100 angles of something and the guy says, well, I thought, well, then why did you think that? Well, because this thing. Well, this evidence here proves that that thing didn't happen. So you were mistaken. So his self-defense stands. People, and I feel like the word active is like a trigger for like this new MSN. Oh, he was an active shooter. I mean, there was active rioters and looters too. So Nicole says, no, witness said that he didn't draw his weapon until he was being pinned. Have you been watching this? Okay. That's what I would assume. That's what I thought too. So, but if there is an argument for active shooter, then I mean, that's pretty powerful if you think about it, guys. That's a good argument to say, hey, I thought this guy's an active shooter. That's why I came at him. Although Rosenbaum can't defend himself because he's dead. But you could say that. I thought this guy was an active shooter, so I went after him. Right? You could say that. People on the right were rioting and looting too. Happy to see all the evidence of that. I mean, I'm sure it was definitely happening to some degree, but from what I've heard from all across everywhere is that nope, that's not the case. Maybe they're instigating somewhere in some places. But when MSM, here's how you know what's going on and who's doing what. When the right side of MSM, like CNN and MSNBC, are doing articles and they're sitting at a burning car place behind them, and he says fiery but mostly peaceful protest, that's when you know that the right isn't there. Because if the right was there doing that, that would have been the only thing that they were talking about. If you have proof of this, Sarah, happy to see it. Everybody wants him to be, this. I'm not going to say it on here because I get flagged, but you need it. I don't know why. It's so crazy. Because if that's the case, why didn't she white people? Why are lawyers allowed to lie in front of a court? Isn't a court a place to be like, you have to tell the truth, and if it's proven that you lied, like you can get in trouble for that? Isn't that perjury? I don't understand how you're in a closing statement, you're allowed to lie. Oh, Morgan, good point here. The active shooter argument is irrelevant. Everything after the first shot was a reaction of the altercation with Rosenbaum. Yeah, that's when the chain of events happened. Well, he in his closing argument, Bronze, he said he said it. He said straight out. He said that there's nothing in the bag that could have hurt Kyle. And then the defense is like, hello, yes, it is. And then he said, well, you could do that in your closing. So he basically straight up lied. Or I guess by omission. I don't know. He just said, no, that's a lie to me. He said there's nothing in that bag that could have hurt Kyle. He said that. And then the defense is like, no, that's a lie. There was stuff in that bag. That's just one of them. And then he was just making stuff up like later. Like he was maybe not lying. Maybe he was trying to, maybe the thing is not a lie. Maybe it's that he's saying, I think that this happened, right? I think that this went this way. Closing statement is your view based on the evidence. Your job is to convince the jury of, okay, all right. Crazy. I think that's crazy. He's throwing it all at the wall, hoping something sticks. Sounds like that's what they've been doing this entire time. Like they didn't have a case. This was all brought because of politics. This guy, in a lot of people's opinions, I think mine included, that this was malicious prosecution. And if he gets off, he's gonna sue everybody. Again, I think there are so many people that are gonna lose in the end if Kyle does get exonerated and he's gonna sue a million people. A lot of people have a lot on the line here to get, if he's convicted. I don't think he can sue those people, right? Because then they're saying, yeah, we were right, he was guilty, right? There are so many people, even Biden, saying he was guilty before this whole thing went down. So if he gets off, then those people are going to be held accountable for their words. And so it's very important for the left, for him to be convicted. Very important. I'm so interested to watch the defense. I can't wait to hear what he has to say, because I want him to come out with the truth. So if the jury deadlocks and they are hung jury, can they convict again? I think so. I think they can file again. Oh yeah, if he gets off, Bren, there's so much defamation. It's going to be insane. This kid's going to be, he'll be able to retire at 19. He's going to sue every mainstream. He's going to sue President Biden. He's going to sue everybody that came out. He might, I don't know, maybe he'll sue LeBron for libel and slander. Like he can sue all these people coming out having a big thing to say. They have big pocketbooks. So he will, absolutely. Vicky, you can't be serious. People were killed who were unarmed. They were coming after him. What part of self-defense don't you understand about this case, Vicky? You're making it sound like these people were just walking around and he shot them randomly. Do you honestly believe that? And they weren't innocent. To be real. I don't have to worry about that in the court of law. They're not innocent. It's a bonus that Rosenbaum is dead, to be honest with you, for what he did to kids. And the fact that he's out of jail, maybe we should be talking about, why is a 5-time convicted child R out of prison? How did he get out? Who let that guy back out onto the street to go right to a riot? Who let that guy out? That's what we should be talking about after this, maybe. You want to talk about your system and Canadians as well. That's crazy that their 5-time convicted child R was allowed out of jail ever. That's it. New trial. Kirsten Soren says, if deadlocked, new trial. Okay. New judge too, probably. Lisa, stop. This is why 17-year-old children are not allowed to own guns. Yes, he was allowed to own the gun. He was allowed to carry it too. He was absolutely allowed. Maybe not own it. Maybe not. It's his, but he was allowed to carry it there. You guys need to get on to the new stuff, to the evidence, to the things that are true about this trial, okay? He was allowed to have it. They threw that charge out. It's not an airport. Okay, just chill. Yeah, they dropped the charge. You guys have to realize they dropped that charge that everybody's holding on to. The one thing everybody was holding on to is that he shouldn't have been there and that he crossed state lines illegally with a gun. All the stuff is not true. And then they're like, okay, well, Fen, he shouldn't have had the gun. Okay, even I agreed with you until they threw that charge out and they proved that he was allowed to. So you guys have to, it's either you believe the law or you don't. And if you only believe it when it's convenient to you, then you have no credibility. Okay, it has to be everybody. Okay, he didn't own the gun, Lisa. So he didn't. Unless you're making a blanket statement as why children shouldn't own guns, then I agree with you. Yeah, it's true. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay if you don't believe in the law or you say, like, I don't like that law. That's absolutely cool, but it's still the law that you have to live under. That's it. I mean, this is the whole thing. A lot of people don't want this to be the case of this argument. And it's like, yeah, there is a law here that that is being manipulated on both sides to either exonerate Kyle or to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. But that law, it's so crazy that if it's in your favor, you're like, I agree with the law. But if it's not in your favor, you're like, I disagree with the law. The law is the law. I would never want to be a judge. That's crazy. No thanks. Not in cases like this. Yeah, the dislike ratio was changed by YouTube. That's crazy. Is mine still there? Is mine gone? No, mine's still there. Smash the thumbs up, everybody. And subscribe if you haven't. Would like you to subscribe. Okay, if Kyle, okay, so let's take this. This is a good conversation. If Kyle wins, what happens to his life, right? He's targeted. He's definitely going to be hated. Already is, right? But if he wins, he also sues for everybody on earth for millions and millions and millions of dollars. All those people that lied about him, that had salacious, news lines and chyrons about him, he's going to sue every single one of them. He will be wealthy and likely be okay. If he loses, okay, he spends the rest of his life in jail and he's hated. But I honestly believe that if he loses and he does go to jail, whoever is elected, if there's a Republican elected in 2024, he's going to be released from prison. That's what's going to happen. We have talked about that, but we can't use it if we're talking about the way that the law works, they can't use that against Rosenbaum. But they can't also use Kyle's past against him either. I don't know if you guys, does anybody in here have teenagers? Especially teenager boys? Just saying. Just saying. This is why we don't, this is why informed consent is a big thing on my channel. We talk about kids. Yes, Kristen, killing someone is against the law. No one's disagreeing with you. But self-defense is legal. So, I mean, I guess, no, then I'm wrong. So no, not always killing someone is against the law. If it's defense, like Kristen, I have a scenario for you. Do you have children? I don't know if you have children. Let's say you have children. If someone was coming at your child with a knife, okay, and you had a weapon, would you shoot that person? And if you killed that person, okay, would that be justifiable? Honest question. Not trying to, I'm saying, is that justifiable? Is it legal? His friend owned the gun. He borrowed it from him. You're right. It's not self-defense if Kyle is the imminent threat, but he wasn't, and that's been proven through the videos, right? That's why it's self-defense. Unless they say no, it wasn't. We do believe he was the threat. I guess we'll know soon, right? Probably by tomorrow. You people. Give it a rest. If you're conservative, you're not MAGA. I am not a Trump supporter. Stop being so obtuse. I am a politically centric person, okay? I listen to both sides, but the far left, as soon as anybody who's not far left, if you're in the center or you're politically, center right, you're automatically a Nazi. So chill. If you're going to bring that into this conversation, stop. I have said it time and time again. I am not a Trump supporter. I absolutely don't think Trump is good. I'm not a Biden supporter either. I was actually pretty much a Bernie supporter. But I'm also sit right in the center, like most regulated adults with a brain. Does no one understand this is way bigger than just Kyle? Yeah, this is it. This is the big thing, Courtney. It's why everybody's talking in this chat. Did that other girl answer my question about whether or not she would have done that? Someone coming at her kid. Did she answer? I missed it. Sorry. No, Bernie's definitely not center, but he has some good points. All right, Aaron. I'll let you say your stupid shit, but peace out. Yeah, this is a good point, Liz. Why is everybody acting like they have evidence that wasn't in the trial? Like some other lawyers wouldn't have talked about all that stuff. We have been presented all the evidence at this point in this trial, all of it. Like there's nothing outstanding unless the FBI has something they haven't shown us, which I mean, I probably believe that. But we've been presented all the evidence. People who are coming up with different alternatives, like then show us if you have different evidence. Yeah, don't come in here like if you're going to be a douche about the conversation. This is for adults only. I'll let you say what you got to say, and we will have this conversation about real crime. We will do it. I will let you say whatever you want. I'll try to be super respectful of you, and I'll listen to all sides of everything because that's what I do as a person. But if you're going to come here and be like, I get MAGA, I need everybody, even right in the U.S., needs to stop saying I'm a Trump supporter. If you're a conservative, and this is political, I'll get, I promise. If you're a conservative, stop saying you're a Trump supporter. People are automatically assuming people who are conservative are Trump supporter. Stop saying I'm a Trump supporter. Just say you're conservative, because you probably would go with any Republican. So just stop saying it. You're making it worse. He shot an actual EMT. Okay. The EMT had a gun pointed at his head. What are you trying to say there? Did she not have that response? Well, I would love to hear the response. That's what I would like to know. That sucks that she didn't. That's okay to do that, but I'm just saying stop saying that that's the end all of your political stance. I think what you're trying to say, Missy, is that you are a conservative, and there's nothing wrong with that. But people are like, it's almost like you do it to argue with people. It's weird. Again, there's nothing wrong with them. I'm just saying just say you're politically conservative. That's it. It ends up sounding cultish if it's all about Trump. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm going to need an ice cap for sure. Exactly. You lean left. It sounds like you're centric. It sounds like most people in the center, right? There's this big majority of people. There's 20%, 20% in the fringes, and 80% in the middle, especially when it comes to this case, which is crazy, right? You've got the fringe that says, no, he did it. He did it. I don't care what you say. That's fine. You got the left say, no, he's an effing hero, which is also not true. And you got the middle who says, let me hear all of the evidence and let me make an informed decision or outcome based on the evidence that you presented to me. That's what an adult does. We need Ron DeSantis, a politician that actually believes in the Constitution and fights for constituents. I'm a conservative and I hate the established Republicans. I like Ron DeSantis, not going to lie. True. True. I agree with that. Crimson Rose. Gun was not pointed at Kyle's head. He admitted it on the stand that it was. So just got to watch it. You got to watch that testimony because that was the bombshell drop on the prosecution's fight. And they called him to the stand and he said it. So you got to watch that. He admitted it. There needs to be, why are there not more moderate podcasters? Is that considered libertarian? I don't know, because even a moderate podcaster or moderate, am I in the moderate? Yeah, moderate is the one that sits in the middle, right? Even they would be considered alt-right. So that's why. Would I let my 17-year-old shoot gun? I would let them shoot guns. I would let them take courses on how to do it properly. Absolutely. Would I let them own a gun? Hell no. No way. Nope. I don't own a gun. Oh, sorry. Yes, please answer. Please answer. You won't get blocked. I'm the only mod in here, so it doesn't matter. Please answer my question. I'd love to hear it. I'm from Kenosha County, Wisconsin. There were many of us who had to go defend each other, and yes, our businesses, police did nothing. I don't think that's the police's fault, though. Josh, you're very strong-minded and willed, but I don't think you have seen prosecutions. I did. I just watched it with you guys live. I admittedly came in halfway through, yes, and we're going to see the rest of it in about an hour. But yeah, I mean, I was listening with you guys. Sorry, I don't want to miss that answer from what's her name? From Kristen. So I laid out, if you guys are wondering, I laid out a scenario for Kristen for self-defense and asked her if she would do that. And the scenario was if there was someone coming at your child, like you're at a playground, you're armed because you're allowed to be, and there's someone coming at your child with a weapon, okay, and is going to hurt your child. Do you shoot that person? And is that considered murder? Yeah, I mean, I would safely allow. My kid was in Air Cadets. I was in Army Cadets. I've been shooting weapons since I was 13 in Army Cadets. So I do believe that everybody should have a healthy respect for weapons. I don't think teenagers should own weapons. No. I mean, it depends on your lifestyle. If you are an avid hunter, that's a little bit different, but I don't think you can anyway legally. So. Oh, I should slow down the chat. Sorry, guys. Yes. Will do. No, I think, Sarah, nobody really wants to. I think the self-defense is the last avenue of everything, right? It's the last step before it. Nobody wants to do that. The guy he's been diagnosed with PTSD and he's 18 years old. So nobody wants to, and nobody would be fine with it. But if it came down to protecting my life or the life of my children, that's just the risk you have to take. Unfortunately, no one's fine with that. I don't think anybody's ever fine with that. That would change the whole definition of it. Oh, she posted a response. Dang it. Okay. No, that's not it. Where is it? Where is the... Oh, I'm so sorry. The chat was going so fast. I'm looking for it right now. Someone just copy it and paste it. or just tell me. I'm looking for it. Maybe I can't see it. Maybe I'm not seeing it in the chat. The scary part is if you think he's innocent, the word has no meaning anymore. Okay, so I'm not sure that's the case. I don't think I've heard that yet. I hope not. I hope people don't think that. She said that I would never own a gun to shoot. Okay. All right, should I change the scenario then? Okay. Someone is coming at your child, attacking them, and there's a baseball bat because you're at a baseball game. What do you do? I'm just saying, it doesn't matter what weapon you have. Do you protect your son, yourself, daughter? What do you do? Do you not? That wasn't the answer I'm looking for. I'm saying, if you had a gun, would you do it? Okay, or let's say, fine. If you didn't, but someone next to you did, and then they neutralize the threat, would you be okay with that? Or would you just let nature take its course and let someone kill your child? I'm just saying, what depths would you go to protect yourself or your children? That's what I'm asking you. Well, we all know most people would. I'm just asking her because she wants to talk about how it's murder. That's what she's saying. It's killing somebody. It's illegal no matter what. Yeah. Yes, Liliana. It doesn't matter if they're unarmed. If they're coming at you to hurt you, you are allowed to defend. I don't know how I keep saying. Do you guys honestly not know this? Like, I'm not trying to make fun of you. Do you honestly not believe that you're allowed to defend yourself? People have been killed by fists all the time. You can easily get killed with someone that doesn't have a weapon. These are weapons. You can easily be hurt, killed, or otherwise. If someone is attacking you, you are allowed to defend yourself. I don't understand. You guys honestly believe that you don't believe that? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I don't know what the laws in Canada are for self-defense either. Again, I think you guys, the overarching narrative of this whole thing is that if he is not found, like if he's exonerated, then you are allowed to continue to protect yourself. If he's not, the whole game changes, everybody. It has to be equal force. You can't use deadly force when it's not that. Hey, that's an argument. Are you sure though? Because if that were the case, this would be such a cut and dry case. If you can't use deadly force to protect yourself, then why is there even a court case on this? We know in North America, the problem is that some take advantage of our right in America by doing mass shootings. Yes, that's true. Not every state is a stand your ground state because of this discrepancy. Okay. Does Wisconsin have a stand your ground law? Does anybody know off the top of their heads? Actually, I think a lot of people think that the way that you're thinking feels like such a waste of his life and the people's lives that he took. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but I can't keep saying it. Can't keep saying it. Nobody should have been there. But they were there. So what's the point of saying it? It doesn't make it true, and we're in the now. If I'm blurry, it's just because my internet's cracking out on me. Oh, sorry, am I missing a question you guys think I'm ignoring? Because he knows he's going to make him look real bad for defending a white supremacist. Oh, come on. What was the question? Let me look at Cammie's question. Where is it? I can't see it. curious why you keep ignoring the comments about because he's not. Where's the proof? Do you have evidence he's a white supremacist? Oh, guys, stop. And even if he was, which he's not, what does it matter in this case? He killed 3 white people. He killed 2 white guys and then and shot another white guy. So what does that have to do with this? Again, you always want to make it about that for some reason, because to what end? To say what? To say what? And he's not, but if he was, to say what? So if you're saying because he's a WS, that he should be put in jail forever. What if you're a child R? Should you be put in jail for the rest of your life too? Again, you're going to use this guy's past or whatever you want to call it, then you got to use everybody's past. And I'm happy to see proof that he is. I argue he had every right to be there just like everyone else. He was trying to help. And that's what he said from the beginning, but people want to say, no, he wasn't. He's there to do whatever he wants. But I mean, unless you can read minds, I don't know how you know that. I'm happy to answer questions in my opinions if you want them. I don't know have all the answers, but and you guys need to stop saying WS. It's losing all value. WS has nothing to do with having the right to defend and protect yourself. Get over it and show some receipts. Again, stop using these. If you guys continue to use these crazy arguments, especially people on the left and the right, so if you keep using the same tired arguments, they hold no power or water anymore. They only hold power into your fringe. They only hold water in your fringe. And if then you're in an echo chamber because everybody else is just going to roll their eyes at you. You gotta think critically. Yeah, Brianna says this. He could have killed so many people if that was his intention. He could have had a massive head count if that's what he wanted. He only ever fired when people were coming after him in self-defense. It's true. If he really, really wanted a head count, he could have gone and did what he wanted. He didn't. And then he gave himself up to the police right afterwards. So he did the OK symbol. What is that supposed to mean? That symbol? That makes him a white supremacist. Okay. I guess you want to know what you want to know, I guess. Oh, let me go look at the poll. Where are we at now? Oh, so the poll is Kyle guilty? It's been running for a little bit now. 77% saying no, he is not guilty. Wow. I'll leave that up for a bit. I'm surprised 23% of you think that he's guilty. I'm standing on your ground and trying to, yeah, I guess. The poll would not let you vote? Kristen, what's your vote? Let me guess. It's yes. I'll put it in for you. What happens when you try to vote? It's a conspiracy for sure. Made of coolness, what is he guilty of if he's not guilty of murder? Manslaughter, is that what you're saying? Like something lesser of a charge? Because if that's the case, I don't think it can be. It's got to be one or the other, or the defense argument can't stand up. The use of deadly force is only justified under conditions of extreme necessity, like being attacked during a riot. As a last resort, when all lesser means have failed, it cannot be reasonably employed. Definition of deadly force. So you're saying during a deadly riot with fires and people, rioting and looting, that's not a position, and then a gunshot going off and people coming at him? Okay, I'll put yes in for you. Justifiable homicide. Interesting. Interesting. He stated friendly. He didn't mean harm. He say is that in the audio as well? Yeah, self-defense is a countermeasure that involves defending the health and well-being of oneself from harm. I think she meant to say like the ultimate end, but I think that self-defense is no matter what the outcome is, you've defended yourself. Are you serious? Yeah, okay. So anybody who's going to continue to make this about race, just stop, just because you're going to be gone. So it's not, and it's we're talking about the evidence in this case as far as we can with what we've been presented, and none of that is in the evidence. So let's just court's back. Amanda, you're the real hero here. Okay, get the headphones in. He had to call his tech support to get in the okay.
Behind Joseph Rosenbaum as the defendant fires 4 rounds with his AR-15, which is loaded with full metal jacket ammunition. And I'll talk a little bit more about that type of ammunition in a little bit. But you've heard testimony that it's the type of ammunition that is capable of going through body armor. It is capable of going through a squad car. It is designed to go through the target and continue flying on for up to 550 yards. Richard McGinnis testified that when those shots went off, he thought he had been hit. He thought his life was in danger. One of the rules that I think most people who are familiar with firearms knows is always check your background, meaning know what's around your target and know what's behind your target.
I'll follow your live stream on that.
This is true when you're hunting. It's true when you're target shooting. And obviously it's true when you've got an AR-15.
Just give me the link.
Downtown Kenosha, in the middle of protests with houses and people nearby. But there's no indication the defendant cared one bit about his background, cared one bit about where those bullets were going to go. And as I said, he put Richie McGinnis in danger. Richie McGinnis, after this incident, you've seen on the videos, goes to try and help Joseph Rosenbaum, and has his own video shows when he first gets there, he finds Mr. Rosenbaum's body face down on the ground. And I'm going to play this exhibit 15 for you.
Okay.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick?
Oh, they blanked a bunch out. I don't know what's going on here. It's not mine, it's theirs. Yeah, it was under 4 minutes. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong here. What is going on? Did they just blank it out for court TV or something? Oh, it's been happening through the whole thing. I just thought it was technical difficulties.
You want to talk about medics? You want to talk about people who care? You want to talk about people who are there trying to help? You just heard them and you just saw them. People who didn't know Joseph Rosenbaum. They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees, callously disregarding the body of the man that he just shot and killed. And as he's running off, he's lying to the crowd about what just happened. This is exhibit number 12.
So there was just like 6 shots. It went off.
Why did they blank out the audio? That's like the most important part.
The defendant says he pulled a gun.
Okay.
That statement, he pulled a gun, was a lie. It's not true. The defendant knew it wasn't true.
He's saying that
He's
Kyle said
lying
that.
to the crowd as he's running away. Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. The defendant knew he didn't have a gun. The defendant is lying to save his own skin instead of going and trying to help the person that he has just shot and killed.
Is he sure that Kyle said that?
In
Is that what
exhibit
he's
number
saying?
3, Gage Grosskreuz's Facebook Live video, he tells a similar lie.
Rosenbaum didn't pull a
As they're
gun. though.
running, Mr. Grosskreutz asked the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, "I did not shoot anyone." And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, "I did not shoot anyone." And that was established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant maybe an hour. This is about 11:50 at night. Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45.
Almost.
This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help.
This is the second guy he shot and killed, right? Or is this the last guy? This is the EMT?
This is exhibit number 3.
Why'd you shoot him? Why'd you shoot him?
Hey, what are you doing?
Then he pulled
You
the gun.
shot somebody?
He says, I want the police.
Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody?
I want the police, is what
Who
he's saying.
shot? Who shot?
Listen to the second thing he says.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody?
Why are you running after someone with a gun, man? Holy cow.
Who shot?
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word not pretty clearly in there, as in I did not shoot anyone. I did not do anything. Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd, he lies to. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to. So at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an active shooter. Someone who has just shot
he's
someone,
going to bring that in
who
there.
is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene. And how are we supposed to know where he's going next? You know, all night.
Also, why would you tell a guy chasing after
the
you
crowd has
anything?
been hearing
Just
the
run
sound of
away.
gunshots.
He's trying to get away from the
fireworks,
situation, if I'm correct.
firecrackers.
Trying to get out of there as
But
fast as
now,
possible.
Someone actually has been
If
shot.
he was there to cause problems, he would have just
The
stood his
crowd
ground
sees
and
the
just
defendant
said, come
running
at
with
me.
a gun. He's lying to them. He still has the gun. He's shot someone. This is provocation to them. This is someone who has committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger. It is entirely reasonable for that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again. The defendant could have made it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, helped protect him, helped preserve his life, call 911.
There's people chasing him,
As
right?
he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing, told them. He could have fired warning shots.
He
to
could
try
have
and
had
help
a
keep him
small
away.
picnic.
He could have dropped the gun.
He could
He could have raised his hands
sang
and surrendered.
kumbaya with everybody.
He could
Is
have
this guy
signaled
being
to this
serious right
crowd
now?
that he did not pose a threat anymore. But everything he does is indicative of someone who is still a threat. Now, the defendant is going to tell you he wasn't. But from the crowd's perspective, how are they supposed to know any different? He does nothing to demonstrate to the crowd that he isn't a threat to kill again. And it turns out he does. It turns out within a few seconds,
Of course
he
you
does
run. There's
kill
everybody
again.
after you. This guy's crazy. He's like, why didn't he just stay around and,
I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen,
share his
that in this situation,
gummy bears? I don't know
the
what he's
crowd
saying.
has the right to try and stop an active shooter.
So he's
They
gonna
have a
use that.
right to
Okay.
protect themselves. The defendant is not the only one in the world who has the right to self-defense. But what does the crowd do to try and stop the defendant? I submit to you, and this is not a criticism of them, but they use almost the least minimal, least intrusive means possible.
What?
They could have used deadly force against him. They could have shot at him. But instead, somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard and the defendant blocks it with his arm. And then the defendant falls to the ground on his own.
He got hit in the head with the
No
skateboard.
one.
He's
Not
lying.
now.
He's
This
lying.
man that the defense wants to call jump kick man. He's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing. Comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face.
And does.
Anthony Huber comes back and tries to grab the gun. Actually does grab the defendant's gun and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until he sees and hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as if preparing to fire again. And then what does Gage Grosskreutz do? He reaches.
He
for the
points
gun
his gun at
to try
Kyle.
and
That's what he
disarm
does.
The defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He could have aimed it and fired at the defendant.
He did aim
But
it
he
at the
did not.
defendant. What's this guy saying?
And you heard Gage Grosskreutz testify about that, about how that is a decision
I am
that he
amazed
was
he's allowed
not
to say this.
prepared to make at that point in time. He is not
Sounds
the
like
type
my
of
teenager
person
trying to lie to me.
who is just willing to take someone's life in an instant, unlike the defendant who took 2 lives that night very quickly and seemingly very easily.
I hope you're joking, Ginger.
There is a video, Exhibit 5,
I hope
which is
you're
the
joking.
BG on the scene video, which traces this entire incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and the other individuals who are trying to stop an active shooter using what I would characterize as the least intrusive means possible. Someone knocks his hat off.
Yeah.
Anthony
There's-
Huber comes in with
Look
a
at this
skateboard.
scene. Are you not going to be scared for your life in this scene? There's so many people chasing after him. Yeah, you shoot. Yep. Did you guys see the mob of people coming after him? I hope they
In
talk
just
about
a few
that.
seconds, the defendant kills one person, attempts to kill two more, and blows off Gage Grosskreuz's arm.
I didn't know he was
It's
up
that
for attempted
fast.
murder.
This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself. And these folks that are coming at him, the jump kick man, Anthony Huber, aren't armed. They're not a credible, imminent threat to his
Hit
life.
him with a skateboard,
They are
dude.
trying to stop an active shooter. And they have a right to do so. Imagine if the crowd couldn't do that.
I mean, I guess he didn't have anything else to say.
if
What
they
else?
weren't allowed
What
to
else
try
is
and
he going to
stop
say here?
someone in this
He had to
type of
make up stuff.
situation. After killing Anthony Huber, after severely wounding Gage Grosskreutz, the defendant walks away like the hero, like he's some sort of hero in a Western.
He's so cocky. I suppose you have to be.
Without a care in the world for anything he's just done. You know, it's interesting. This occurs about a block away from the police line, right down the road. If the defendant's so concerned about his safety, the police are right there. And in fact, they pull up to this scene almost instantly. The defendant's got his medic bag on. He proclaims himself a medic. He doesn't know at this point if Anthony Huber's
He
dead
has
or
a
alive
gun
or
pointing to
capable
him.
of being
What?
saved. And yet the defendant offers no assistance, makes no attempt to try and help anyone else. All he cares about is himself.
Well,
We have taken that
to
video
protect himself. Yep.
and we have broken it down into individual frames. And I want to take you through frame by frame the incident with Gage Grosskreutz, because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreuz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that. So I think it's helpful for us to take a look at this. So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 356. At this
It's like
point,
he went to college with
you
Micah.
can see that Anthony Huber is staggering off after being shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left.
So there's a
rib
shot of
cage
Kyle
and
on
has
the
wound up
ground, guys.
almost
On
exiting near
the
his right
ground in a
shoulder.
defensive
It has
position.
ripped through his ribs, his heart, his aorta, and he may not technically be dead, but he's going to be dead within a few seconds.
Yeah, let's
He
not
is
forget about the
stumbling away.
threat before he
The
started
defendant
running.
has the
everybody.
weapon pointed towards Gage Grosskreutz here, who is cowering, hovering, hiding, covering his head, trying to stay out of the way. And I'm going to go frame by frame here slowly as we see the movement. Now we see the gun is moving down towards Gage Grosskreutz. It is pointed directly at him from a distance of just a couple of feet. Gage Grosskreutz has his
I can't wait to
right
see what the
leg
defense
planted
does.
as if he's pushing backwards, trying to get away. The gun is still pointed at him. The defendant here is going to adjust the gun, turn it over as if he's making some sort of adjustment on it. Gage Grosskreutz testified that this was a movement that he interpreted as the defendant preparing that gun as if it was going to fire again, as
What?
if clearing
Sorry.
a jammed round so that he could shoot it at Mr. Grosskreutz. At this point, Mr. Grosskreutz is, I think, probably thinking to himself, if I can get away, I will,
Oh, just make it up.
until
What
he
he's
realizes
I can.
that the defendant is getting ready
Okay.
to fire again.
Guys, watching that video of him running away from that crowd of people, and you don't think that's self-defense, it's mind-blowing to me. If you were being chased by that many people that are angry, yep, I would love to know what you'd do.
In none of these frames is Mr. Grosskreuz's right hand with his Glock pistol pointed at the defendant.
Until he literally admitted that he did it. Why is this guy? Is he saying that my own star witness is lying? He admitted to it on the stand.
You can see Mr. Grosskreutz is actually backing up with his right leg. Let me go back a couple of frames here. This is frame 444. You can see his right foot is on the ground, but it's starting to move back. Now, as I move forward, in the
Ginger,
frames 447.
how is he the
his right
danger when
leg is
he's
moved
running
back.
away towards the police? He's running away.
This
He's
is
not
someone
He's not
who's
coming
about
at
to
people.
retreat.
He was running away. They were running after him.
His hands are in the air.
Okay.
He's backing away from the defendant until, as he's testified, he sees the defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, the Glock that he's got, and point it at the defendant? No, never. Does he even take the gun with one hand and point it? No, never. Instead, you can see him start to lunge in with his left arm forward. The gun is not in his hand. The gun is in his right hand. He's lunging forward, reaching
Is an
for the
offensive
defendant.
strategy also to talk and
Probably
talk and talk and
reaching
talk
for
and
the
talk
gun.
to the
Probably trying to
jury's
block
like
the gun.
bored and they don't want to hear
You
anymore?
can see now he's going to take a step with his right leg across the defendant's body. Not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm. He has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible, which is probably what saves his life.
They threw that out there.
His right leg is about to
threw
hit the ground
that
here. The gun,
charge out.
the AR-15 is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant.
Mr. Grosskreutz
Frame
admitted to it
499,
on the stand
The
that
gun
he
is
did
just
that.
fired.
What is this guy's
Frame
play here?
500,
What's the
you see
play?
a puff of smoke.
Oh my gosh, he
501,
literally admitted
The
it.
bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreitz's right bicep, severing it. I'm going to continue forward after this because you can see that his right arm, this is an interesting frame right here, 504. You can see that gun. I'll go back even more. You can see that Mr. Grosskreitz's arm with the right hand, with the gun, his right hand is pointed off to the side. What pulls that gun down closer to the defendant is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary action. It's an involuntary, the muscle is severed. Now watch, frame 502, watch his right hand. 503, 504, 505, 506,
Okay,
507,
well, they were dropped.
508. At this point, yeah, absolutely. That right arm is probably dangling down towards the defendant.
It's probably
not going to be able
maybe
to pull that
I don't
trigger
know, not a
without
doctor.
a working bicep muscle. And it's not a voluntary thing. It's done because the defendant just blew his arm off.
And
But
had a
yeah,
right to do it.
This is the time after the
Because the
shooting
guy
when,
admitted
yes,
to
the
pointing a
happens
gun
to
at
be
his-
pointed at the defendant.
Oh my
And I got to
gosh,
stop
this
here
guy's
for a
crazy.
moment and highlight the hypocrisy of the defense. Because according to the defense, if someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat.
Okay.
There's only one exception to that. The defendant. By their logic, he gets to run around with a gun all night. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. He gets to point the gun at everyone.
He
But,
didn't
we're
point
not
the gun.
supposed
He
to
had the
take him
gun.
as a
He had
threat.
trigger
No,
like
doesn't work that way.
he
The
was
same set
trained.
of rules apply to the defendant as everybody else.
This guy is bad.
There's no
at
exception in
this.
the law for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception that says if anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception in the law that says if you point your gun at people, oh, that makes you a threat and I can kill you, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. I can do it all night long.
He didn't point his gun at anybody else.
The same rules apply to him as everyone else. And everyone else has a right to defend themselves also, not just the defendant.
This guy's not good at this at all. He's bad at this, and he should be sad.
We have shown you photos and videos of Gage Grosskreuz's injuries. Exhibit 60 is a video taken
Yep,
right after Mr.
possibly.
Grosskreutz
If he
was
had
wounded
his
by the
gun
defendant.
pointed at Gage, which he didn't, he was running away from Gage.
It's hard to look at,
That's true.
but this is what we're dealing
In
with.
the 3.5 minutes this happened, that's crazy. To break this down frame by
When
frame
you
by frame.
fire an AR-15
Humans don't do that
at
in real
someone
time.
from close range, this is what it looks like. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant had no clue what his gun was capable of. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to it, didn't concern himself with what he would be doing to other people. But this is what happened. Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that night. It killed 2 people, and it did this to Mr. Grosskreuz's arm.
Mm-hmm. In self-defense. He forgot to say that part. You forgot to say that part, dude. Kidding. I'm kidding.
When those shootings occurred that I just played for you, what would a reasonable person in the defendant's position at that time think? The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case, you will represent the reasonable person, of ordinary and prudent person, and you will put yourself in the defendant's shoes that night. I submit to you that at the time of those shootings, a reasonable
Lawyers
person in the
actually say that
defendant's
stuff.
shoes would have known that he had provoked Joseph Rosenbaum by pointing his gun at someone else, that the defendant had put someone else at risk of dying by doing that. The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone and that they felt their lives were in danger. That is reasonable. It is also reasonable to understand that at that point, Gage Grosskreutz had just witnessed all of this. He had heard the defendant had shot someone. He'd heard the defendant lie about it. He saw the defendant shoot at jump kick man at close range, miraculously missing, had seen the defendant kill Anthony Huber.
Mm-hmm.
Gage Grosskreutz reasonably believed his life was in danger at that moment.
Do we not know who Jump Kick Man is?
And he was proven correct because the defendant shot him too. So when you consider what's reasonable in this case, consider whether or not it's reasonable for a criminal to be able to shoot himself out of a crime scene. When a bank robber robs a bank and runs away and the crowd comes after him, can he just shoot anybody and claim self-defense?
He was
If
never
someone comes up
identified.
to
Why
that
wouldn't he come
person and
forward?
Tries to stop them, tries to disarm them like Anthony Huber did. Do they forfeit their life?
It's interesting.
Did Anthony Huber forfeit his life by trying to be a hero and stop an active shooter and protect others? Is that justified? Can the defendant just kill him?
Yeah. How has no one told us who this guy is?
In this case, the crowd was right. The crowd knew the defendant had just shot someone. When they're coming after him, they know he's just
He's
shot.
literally
and killed
speaking
Joseph
for an entire
Rosenbaum.
crowd right now. Okay.
But you know, not every active shooter situation is the crowd have perfect knowledge. When they're told that person running up the street just shot someone, we don't have time in the moment to go back and take a look at the body and replay the video and make a decision before going after the person with the gun.
The defense is going to obliterate
You know,
this.
We've
It's
had
going to be
several police
incredible to
officers
watch.
testify that in an active shooter situation, their first instinct, their first training is to go in and stop the threat. They don't sit there and wonder, well, maybe it was self-defense. I don't know. I'm going to, wait and see. And every day we read about heroes that stop active shooters. That's what was going on here. And that crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes. That crowd
It's full of.
did something that, honestly, I'm not sure I would have had the courage to do. If I see a
you
guy
definitely
running up the
didn't.
street with an AR-15 and I hear he just shot somebody, my first instinct is not to approach. Anthony Huber was different.
Because he was running away with his gun pointed
Jump
down
man
in,
was
in an obvious sign of retreat.
H. Grosskreutz was different. That doesn't make them a threat to the defendant.
Of course, you're going to be emboldened to run after somebody
doesn't
who's
make their
escaping.
lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have just as much right as the defendant. I told you I wanted to begin
It's true.
by talking about the murders committed by the defendant.
Okay. Did
Now I
you?
want to go back and put it all in context for you.
Oh, here we go.
And that context starts with, bruh, I'm just trying to be famous. The defendant's TikTok profile.
Okay.
4 doors, more whores.
What was that to do
Picture
with
of
this?
him up in Ladysmith, probably in early May, proudly holding his new AR-15.
Mhm.
Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time he'd ever fired that gun. Maybe put 100 rounds through it or so at that property up there with Dominic Black. They purchased that gun on that same trip. The defendant admitted he knew as a matter of law he could not buy that gun because he was only 17. Yet he wants to tell you that he thought
Thought they
legally
threw
he could
this-
possess it, which didn't make a lot of sense to me. We don't have a lot of defendants come in and say, well, I possess cocaine. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I thought I could possess it. No, it's not the way it works.
Is this guy arguing for a charge that's
Dominic
been thrown
Black
out?
conducted what we call a straw purchase for the defendant. He purchased that gun for someone who was not legally allowed to purchase it for themselves. I'm
Because he
prosecuting
was
Dominic Black
EMT.
for that, as you know.
Guns
Just like
heal
I'm
people.
prosecuting Joshua Zeminski. Because what Dominic Black did was wrong. And we don't tolerate that. The agreement was Dominic Black was going to keep that gun until the defendant turned 18. It was Dominic Black's gun. It was legally his.
Mhm.
And the defendant knew that it was going to be held onto until he turned 18, that he was not going to have it until that birthday. I want to focus a little bit on this AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the defendant's conduct, how much he knew, cared, or didn't know about this deadly weapon. He'd only fired it that one time, maybe 100 rounds through it. He loaded the gun with full metal jacket ammunition, which I'll talk about a little bit more. He wanted it because he said it looked cool.
I'll be right back.
Didn't seem to know or care much about the type of ammunition or the type of gun. You had a couple of witnesses tell us in this trial, and I could not believe it. A gun is a gun is a gun. Don't even start with that. And a bullet is a bullet. No, it is not. It is not. And anybody who says that is ignorant and reckless, because there are some important distinctions here. Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing body armor and squad cars. And you heard Officer Krieger testify that when they heard someone was running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor out of the back because their regular body armor wasn't going to stop those rounds. Ryan Balch talked about how full metal jacket ammunition is designed, and this is a former Army infantryman, is designed to go through a target like a deer or a person and continue on. He says it can hit a target 550 yards away. That's 5.5 football fields. And he explained that he had a handgun
What I
that
missed?
night, which he put hollow point ammunition on. And that's what he was planning on using for self-defense. Because hollow point ammunition acts differently. It's going to hit its target, but it's not designed to continue on and go through and hit other targets. So you will hit what you hit, but you're not going to put the rest of the community at risk, especially on a night when there are hundreds of people out on the streets in our heavy residential area. We can see on that map, the car source, there are houses, there are churches, there are daycares,
Ammo?
there are
Okay.
schools nearby, and you're firing full metal jacket ammunition around.
Okay.
I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that AR-15 had no lawful or legitimate purpose that night. Now, the Second Amendment allows people to carry guns. That is true. There are people who can't carry guns, convicted felons, for example. But generally speaking, I'm not saying people don't have the right to carry a gun. What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to. So, for example, Ryan Balch says the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense. Several witnesses agreed you can't point this gun or shoot this gun at people to protect property. So if you're going to protect the car source building, how is this gun going to help with that? The defendant has admitted the gun was useless when he was going to treat people as a medic because it got in the way. He had to take it off and hand it to someone. So you can't use it as a medic. You can't use it to protect the building. So what's it there for?
So the other medic had a
Well,
gun too, though, right?
It looks pretty imposing, and it has some deterrence value. But Jason Lekowski, Dominic Black, and Ryan Balch all said they never actually intended to use their guns. So why is it there? The defendant was wearing a sling that night. He purchased that sling at Jelinski's that afternoon. The purpose of the sling was so the gun couldn't be taken away. Wouldn't fall off, he wouldn't lose possession of it. It was designed to help him retain possession of that gun. And he loaded it with 30 rounds, the full magazine, capable of killing 30 people or more. Why do you need 30 rounds of full metal
But he
jacket
didn't do
armor
that.
to
So
protect
what's
the
he trying to
building?
say here?
This AR-15 is completely incompatible with the role of a medic. Richie McGinnis testified he's been to demonstrations in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York, Minneapolis. He's never seen anyone walking around claiming to be a medic with an AR-15. And certainly when you see someone like that, it doesn't exactly send a warm, fuzzy message. Oh, come to me. I'm here to help. And the defendant acknowledged he had to take off his AR-15.
Yeah, but you're in a
to treat
dangerous
people.
area. I know medics who carry
No
weapons in Canada.
serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body.
Okay.
That's because the defendant was a fraud. He was not an AMT. He lied. He lied to the press. He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis, who he hears is a member of the media, and he says, I'm a certified EMT. You're lying.
76 say he's not guilty.
You're absolutely lying. Jason Lekowski and Dominic Black said the defendant had to borrow his medical supplies from us. This is an emergency
Cares
situation.
where you got them. What?
Everybody's anticipating violence. Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured. And yet the defendant's going to go there and walk around claiming to be a medic.
He is innocent of murder.
He's like a quack doctor practicing without a license.
Not guilty.
That puts lives at risk. And one of the things I had Gage Grosskreutz testify about is that tattoo on his right arm, which said, "First, do no harm," which is one of the precepts, one of the fundamental tenets of the practice of medicine. First, do no harm. So how do we evaluate the defendant's performance as a medic that night? Well, on one hand, he wrapped up an ankle and I think to maybe help somebody who got a cut on their hand. Yay.
Is this guy for real right
On
now?
the other hand, he killed 2 people, blew off Gage Grosskreitz's arm.
So just completely downplaying that he actually
put 2
did
more
the thing
lives
that
in
he
jeopardy.
said he didn't
So,
do. Okay, cool.
When we balance
Cool.
your role as a medic that night, I don't give you any credit. He showed no remorse for his victims, never tried to help anybody that he hurt. And even on the witness stand, when he testified on Wednesday, he broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night. No remorse,
Wow.
no concern for anyone else.
Oops.
For him to call himself a medic is an insult to anyone like Gage Grosskreutz, who
I'm pretty
spent
sure he did
hundreds
more
of hours
than.
training and working hard to become an EMT.
So he's just saying he's not
It's
an
an
EMT.
insult.
This guy's an idiot.
The defendant made a series of reckless decisions that night, going armed with an AR-15 at 17 years old when he knew
It's
he
true,
shouldn't have done
Mackenzie.
so, because that gun is normally locked in a safe that he doesn't have access to, and it's not even legally his. He's out after a citywide curfew. He's intentionally and knowingly entering into a dangerous situation, and he expects it because he brings along his AR-15 and some body armor. So don't tell me you didn't know. He brings along no non-lethal means of defense, which means his only option is to kill. I don't know about a lot of you, but I remember that night. I didn't come down here. I don't think most reasonable people did.
Dude,
in
you were...
part because we all knew it was
Okay.
going to be violent and dangerous.
Because you're making Pringles.
Most reasonable people, to the
Watch
extent they
Netflix.
came out, they were gone by then. Because you don't willingly put yourself in this situation unless you want it, unless you're looking for it, unless you want trouble. Now, to put this in perspective, at this time here in our community, there were people who were scared. There were people who were worried about themselves, their homes, their families, their business. That's understandable. But this is different. There are also people
Well,
out
that's why
there
the argument is that
who are
nobody should have
exercising
been
their
there.
First Amendment right to assemble and to have free speech because of whatever they believed in. And they have that right too. But that's not what we're talking about. The curfew, the riots, the arson, the looting that we'd seen on those prior nights, roadblocks set up around downtown, closed exits on the interstates, all of this was sending the message to reasonable people, go away. Don't come down here. Who was left at 11:45 at night? Most reasonable people had gone home before the curfew or never even came at all. But the defendant's down there, he says, because he wants you to believe he's protecting CarSource, even though he had no actual ties or genuine concern for this building. You have this caravan of people from West Bend, Ryan Balch, Jason Lukowski, Joanne Fiedler, coming down from some other community, having no idea what's going on here at Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before, just injecting themselves into this situation. CarSource that night was empty.
You mean like everybody was
The
injecting
owners
themselves into
testified. They
situations
moved
that you
all the
meant to
cars
say?
off the lot. They took the tools out from inside, and they didn't even feel the need to protect that building. So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are just wannabe soldiers, acting tough, trying to manufacture some personal connection to this event, furthering their own personal agenda. Just a small part of the deluge of chaos tourists we saw here in Kenosha,
Chaos
trying
tourists.
to feed off of what we were going through. Despite everything we did to try and tell them, go away, stay out.
You didn't do anything. Your governor let it happen.
Did those owners, Sam and Sal, ask anyone to protect their business? You know, I called them to the stand because I wanted you to hear from them. I had their statement, but I wanted you to hear from them. And I'm sure you formed your own impressions about them. I'm not here to tell you that I believe what they said on the witness stand. I don't think it really matters much, except I wanted you to have a flavor of who these people were and what was going on at that building.
Flavor.
What was interesting to me is that text message from the defendant to Sam asking for the address of CarSource, even though the defendant says he's already been there. It didn't make any sense to me. It's not hard to find if you've driven past there every day. You know, Kenosha is one of the easiest cities in Wisconsin to navigate. It's all east, west, north, south.
Okay.
How hard is it to find this place? But the agreement was the defendant was supposed to stay at the 59th Street location. There's another group at 63rd. It was their responsibility. And the defendant testified that when the shootings occurred at 11:45 or 11:50 at night, he didn't even know if that other group was still there or if they'd left. But crucially, you heard the testimony of Kriston Harris, who's out there reporting for his Rundown Live, and he's making some video. And he tells the defendant, stay on your property. Don't go out in the streets and engage with these protesters because you're just making it worse and you're escalating the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that just 20 minutes before the shootings. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant and his group. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street, he saw guys up on the roof and he felt threatened. These guns, he said, were the thing that changed the dynamic for him. Drew Hernandez, we showed video of Drew Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him. And he said he felt threatened. He thought someone was pointing a gun from the roof and putting his life in jeopardy. These are two people who are veterans. They've been to protests in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York. They've been through this before. And yet here in little old Kenosha, the defendant's group made them fear for their lives. That's the kind of impact these AR-15s had. The crowd is yelling at the defendant's group, stop pointing your guns at us. Stop pointing these laser pointers at us. And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is
Apparently
hostile.
lawyers are allowed to lie.
They don't react well to him. And he knows that by 11:35 at night, this crowd is all the way down there south of 60th. That's where they're at. So if I go down there, I need to be prepared and I need to expect that these folks are not on my side.
There is no time limit. This guy could talk for 3 days.
Joseph Rosenbaum. He's dead. So we don't know what he was thinking.
Good.
We don't know what was going on in his mind. That makes him an easy target for the defense today because they can stand up here and pile on him and destroy his reputation, and he can't speak for himself. That happens a lot in homicide trials. Blame the victim who can't speak for themselves. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Joseph Rosenbaum.
Oh,
You've heard
please.
some testimony about
Please tell us about
He'd been
Joseph
in the
Rosenbaum.
hospital. Left it that day, had a clear plastic bag with his possessions, toiletries, a water bottle. We've all seen this. You get it in the hospital. It's pretty common. He's walking around like it's
Did
pretty
he
much
mean to
his
say he
only
left
possession in the world.
prison?
He visits Carrie Ann Swart, his girlfriend, and then happens to wander downtown into the middle of civil unrest.
La la la,
No
walking into a
indication
riot.
he
You
planned
serious?
to be there. No indication he's part of any sort of movement. He just happens to stumble into it. So what does he do that night? Oh, let me tell you. All
tell
the
us,
awful
please.
things Joseph Rosenbaum did. He tipped over a porta potty that had no one in it.
Vandalism against the law. The
He
guy
swung a
just
chain.
got out of jail.
He lit a metal garbage dumpster on fire.
Also illegal.
Oh,
and
there's
rolled it
this
into a gas
empty
station.
wooden flatbed trailer that they pulled out in the middle of the road, and they tipped it over to stop some Bearcats, and they lit it on fire.
What is he doing
Oh,
right
and
now?
he said some bad words. He said the N-word.
Is this guy for real? He's
If
like,
he were alive
"Oh,
today,
I
like
just
Joshua
almost blew up a
Zeminski,
gas
I'd probably
station."
try and prosecute him for arson, but I can't.
Is what it
because
is.
The defendant killed him.
Agree to disagree.
But that's the way we deal with people that do these things. When you commit arson, we prosecute you. We don't execute you in the street.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm
this
not here
lawyer.
to say that
What?
the things that Joseph Rosenbaum did were good or that I condone that kind of behavior.
Yeah,
Not
you just
at
did
all.
condone it. You just did condone it.
But he didn't deserve to die for it. You can't kill someone for these things.
Oh my gosh. He left a mental
He's
hospital.
5'4", 150 pounds. Jason Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Lukowski says, I turned my back and walked away. This guy wasn't even a threat. I think we all know somebody like Joseph Rosenbaum, the Napoleon complex, the little guy who just wants to chatter. But when it comes down to it, it's all bark.
The guy
No
was
bite.
in
Like
jail
little
in a
dog.
mental
Bark, bark,
hospital
bark, bark,
for
bark.
R-ing
Really?
children.
Ain't
Okay.
gonna do anything. There is no dispute in this record that at no point that night did Joseph Rosenbaum hurt anyone.
Except
Never
for
had
Kyle.
a gun,
He
never
hurt
had
Kyle.
a knife, never had a bat, never had a club.
Okay. Do people care?
And in the Drew Hernandez video, that fight at Ultimate Gas that we showed you, he's being shoved around by the crowd like a rag doll. And yeah, he's mouthing off, he's talking a lot, but he doesn't actually threaten anybody, doesn't actually hurt anybody.
Threatening people. Threatening people.
They're pushing him around like he's a tiny little person, which frankly, He was. And in the background of this video, you will hear somebody say, point your gun at me or something like that. That's Joseph Rosenbaum. He's upset because somebody pointed a gun and that triggers him, which is understandable. I think most of us would be triggered by that sort of thing. And that's what's upsetting to him. But he gets right in the face of people who have AR-15s, never reaches for their guns, never rears back to punch anyone, never even lays hands on anybody.
The heck?
Confrontation here at Ultimate Gas, and I want you to keep in mind that there's a group of people on one side with AR-15s and a group of people on the other side, and none of the people with the AR-15s feel their life is in danger. None of them shoot their guns. They can handle themselves. The defendant can't.
He's definitely downplaying the fact that the guy saying the N-word lit a dumpster on fire and rolled it to a gas station, also tipped over a porta potty, also lit a trailer on fire. All those things, and he just got out of jail, likely on parole, I don't know, probation or whatever you call it. So he literally could have went back to prison like 5 minutes after he got out. Nobody
That
talked
sound
about that.
you heard was somebody throwing some sort of plastic thing at one of the stanchions underneath the gas station, and it makes a sound that almost sounds like a gunshot. So add that into the mix. You've got people with guns, loud voices, clear hostility, and the sound of something that, frankly, to me sounds like gunshot, and yet everybody keeps their cool. Nobody hurts anybody. Nobody fires a gun. And watch how they push Joseph Rosenbaum around like a rag doll.
They cut the audio. I don't know why they do this. I'm not sure what it's a copyright thing. I don't know. The fact that he was just like, he might here's the things he did. Let's just go over it. He lit a dumpster on fire. He did all these other things that were super illegal.
Watch this guy in yellow. He's going to shove Joseph Rosenbaum about 8 feet away.
Okay. That was 8 feet. That was 8 feet. And then the other guy shoved him, not the one guy. Two people shoved him.
But they're shoving him around like
Two
a rag
people
doll.
shoved him.
Nobody feels threatened by Joseph Rosenbaum. He's not reaching for anybody's gun. He's a mouthy little guy. He's a little dog that...
He's also an adult. And Kyle is a child. So it's different. Those other big guys were 6'7", huge guys. Kyle is not that tall. And this is an adult guy with, you could see the hate in the guy's eyes. Guy looks like a crazy person.
And grab his bag off the ground. That's Joseph Rosenbaum.
What a joke.
You've heard testimony that he tells people, shoot me, asking them to shoot him. I'm curious how that's a threat to anyone else. He's triggered, as we saw in that video, by people pointing guns at other people, which is reasonable. Most people would feel that same way. And then we get to the crux of the defense, this threat that he supposedly made to the defendant.
If anything, that footage also showed that Rosenbaum was definitely there to hurt and harm and fight.
To be able to play you a video of this threat. They would love for you to see it and hear it yourself. This is a night in which there are dozens of people out there, reporters and regular folks who are recording with their cell phones and with other cameras all night long. We have shown you video of almost every minute of the defendant's night from multiple different angles. And yet you have not been shown a single video with this threat. Nowhere. It's not out there. Ryan Balch testified, and we have his transcript. We have his testimony, and what he says is there was an incident in which Dustin Collette had put...
Yeah, he's sitting there mob of people pushing at him, and he's like coming at them, coming at them, coming at them. Rosenbaum's there for a fight. This guy
He's
is
right
fired
there
up.
in front of my face, yelling and screaming. And I tell him to back up. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's the timing.
Read the rest. Read the
according to
rest,
Ryan
bro.
Mulch. Right after that dumpster fire.
Speaking of dumpster
Tristan
fires,
Harris from the Rundown Live was there
this whole thing.
physically, standing right next to Ryan Balch. Not only was he there during the dumpster fire, but he stays with Ryan Balch and or the defendant for the next 6 or 7 minutes, recording everything. And I've played this video for you. It is Exhibit 18. And I played for you a period of time from 1 hour and 22 minutes to 1 hour and 28 minutes. And I asked Tristan Harris, I call him to the stand, and I said, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Number 1, do you independently remember
Kyle might even sue the
seeing
governor.
Joseph Rosenbaum hearing this threat? And he said, no. And then I said, okay, well, maybe you missed it because, you know, there's a lot going on. So will you rewatch your video for me and tell me, is it in there? And he said, no. This video captures that entire period of time with Ryan Balch and the defendant right there, and there's no threat. There's no Rosenbaum. It didn't happen.
Okay. Nobody
The
believes
defense
this guy.
desperately wants this because they've got to give you a reason why it's okay to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And this threat is critical to their case. But it's not there.
Well, it is.
In
Just admitted the
exhibit
guy was
number
like
3,
being violent felon. So yeah, he was.
and I'll play it for you here as I'm talking. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't even visible. Now, I submit to you that even if, I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 18, even if there was a threat made, it's still not enough because Joseph Rosenbaum's unarmed and you can't kill him. But the defense has pinned a lot of their case on a threat that didn't happen. And
They're going to take a large recess, and then
It's not on video.
the defense
not
will be
there.
able to do their close.
So I'm going to pull up Exhibit 18.
And the
rundown
jury
live
will be able to
video.
clean their ears of all the blood.
And I'm going to
that's
go to that
coming out.
mark.
Tristan T. Harris here at the Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of
I still can't get over the fact that he just laid out all Rosenbaum's crimes before he was shot. Like, what did he do? Well, yeah, he did those things. Yeah. Yeah. A burning dumpster into a gas station. Yeah. And just got out of a mental hospital for being a 5-time convicted child R. And is this guy real? Does he listen to himself and go, what the hell? Talk about having no self-awareness. So there they are, lighting it on fire. Oh, he put it out with water. All right, there, people. Get the audio back. Hello. The poll is still in the chat. You should still see it. It's gone up to 75% people thinking that he is not guilty.
Joseph Rosenbaum isn't here. And the defendant and his group are being told an important message. As long as you stay on your property, but don't go out there and cause trouble.
Holy crap. I guess he's just trying to remind the jury of every little thing of this case without going back to the part where his star witness is like, yeah, I did that. My bad. Hey. You get out of here with that language. That's violence here. Okay, it's microaggressions, violence. You stay away from this chat with that garbage. Old Dutch is not better than anything except for salt and vinegar. I'm gonna find another one. Jeez. Would you guys say that they were not blanking out the 2021. What am I thinking? He's definitely not guilty of murder. That's for sure. That's what I'm thinking. The poll is at 75 to 25%. And I have ketchup chips. If anybody was wondering.
Thanks, guys.
The rest of the video is the crowd being warded off by gas launched by the police.
Mm-hmm.
They launched tear gas, which affects the defendant, which affects Ryan Balch, it affects Kriston Harris. And that group all runs alongside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point in that video do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there. Trust me. If the defense had
I
it,
trust
they'd
you.
play it for you.
Here are things I trust more than you, okay? My child with scissors.
Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. One of the questions that occurs to me is, how would the defendant even know who that guy is? Because earlier in the night, Joseph Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt and a blue bandana. But by the time he's killed, he's got no shirt on. He's got no blue bandana. This is someone that
Yeah, they took that down right away, Fox Girl.
He's one of hundreds of
That's
people
a lawsuit.
in the crowd. And yet we're expected to believe that in a split second, the defendant remembers this guy. I don't believe so.
Well, I don't believe you either.
So then that video that I just showed you leaves off at about 11:35 p.m. The police have moved the protesters south of 60th Street. They've tear gassed the crowd, and there's no protesters left. 59th Street is no longer in any danger. Wasn't much danger to begin
This is
with.
so boring.
Wasn't anything left there to protect. But by this point, there's no more danger.
The defense is going to roll up there and
As
be
law
like,
enforcement comes
no,
through, you've heard this video where
arrest.
they tell the
That's
defendant and his group, we appreciate you, and hand him out bottles of water. As long as you stay on that private property, yeah. No one is saying you don't have the right to stay on private property and protect private property. What people are saying, what the crowd is saying, is stay there. Don't go out looking for trouble. The defendant hears this message from the police and takes it the wrong way. He thinks, oh, well, now I'm junior policeman. I can go run around stopping crime. But I asked him and I asked some other witnesses, if the police are there on the scene and the protesters are gone, go home. Why are you still here? Shouldn't have been here in the
he
first
was
place.
being chased. Is
But
he
why are you
serious?
still sticking around? And interestingly enough, one of the questions I've always had in the back of my mind is, what's the end game here? When is this crew going to be done and decide that it's time to leave? Well, right after the defendant kills Joseph Rosenbaum, kills Anthony Huber, and comes
Here's a
back,
shooting
they
star in
all
his chest.
flee
See?
like rats off a sinking ship. But it's boring at 59th Street. There's no protesters. There's no action. So the defendant decides about 11:35 p.m. to cross the police line and go looking for trouble. He knows at this point he's entering a hostile crowd. He's
kind of
seen this
dog are
crowd.
you?
He knows what they're like.
Okay.
That's why he has to yell friendly to them, because he knows they're not going to see him and think he's friendly.
You
And
want
he
one of these
knows
ones?
he's got to have Ryan Balch with him, some sort of buddy to protect him. And he's immediately confronted by that man with the yellow pants who says, you just pointed your gun at me. And the defendant says, yeah, I did. He admits that. Now, what's interesting
Is this
to
guy
me
still
is they
talking?
want you to
Oh, okay.
believe this never happened. They want you to believe this guy in the yellow pants made it up or is lying. But he's just standing there by the side of the road, minding his own business, when the defendant happens to walk up to him. Do you think he just sat there and thought, "Oh, I'm going to make up a lie about this guy on the spur of the moment"?
Yep.
Or
Lots
did it
of people
really
lie.
happen? And is it consistent with everything else you've seen about the defendant? Does he sound like the sort of guy who would point a gun at someone for standing on a car?
Kyle's trying to. He's stifling the yawn. He's like,
Does he strike you as the kind of guy that would threaten deadly force to protect property? Because that's what happened.
"That's as big as
The
that."
man
Oh,
in the yellow
sorry.
pants
My
says
bad.
it happened. The defendant agrees. And then he comes into the trial and says, "Oh, I was being sarcastic," like he's a little 17-year-old and he wants to get out of it. Shortly after that, the defendant loses track of his protector, Ryan Balch. So now he's in a position where he
He's
knows
giving so much information, the
surrounded
jury
by
can't
people
hold it all. It's impossible.
that consider him
I
a
already
threat.
forgot everything he said before this.
He knows that he's not supposed to go anywhere without Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back to 59th Street. And he does. He tries. He walks up to the police line. He says, "I work there. That's my business," which isn't true, but whatever. And
Mackenzie,
they
you look
won't
like
let him
Taylor Swift.
Now, Ryan Balch makes it on through
Gryffindor.
shortly thereafter, but the defendant gives up. He could go one block in either direction and make it back easily if he wants to, but he stops and decides, "You know what? I'm going to stay here and maybe see what's going to happen." So then he talks to these people with fire extinguishers, and he's going to go down to 63rd Street, and he asks one of them to come along, and they say no. Now, at this point, doesn't have Ryan Balch. He knows he's
No, he
supposed to go
shouldn't,
back.
because
He
none of
knows
this
he's
is
supposed
good.
to have a buddy, and yet he decides to go it
Not
alone.
even fiction is it good.
He decides to run down to 63rd Street or walk down to 63rd Street.
He ran.
Doesn't even know if that other group is still there.
Oh, he does.
Doesn't even know if he's really needed, but he can't wait to take this opportunity to go down and confront people
Yeah, he is. Gus.
because he thinks he's some sort of cop, some sort of law enforcement agent, some sort of junior cadet who's out there with the responsibility to fight crime. Nobody asked him to do that. Nobody gave him the right. Nobody deputized him. Ryan Balch says, "The police told me the crowds, we're going to push them down by you. You're going to deal with them." The Bearcats hand out water and tell him he's appreciated. As he's crossing the police line, they warn him about people throwing rocks. What is the message the defendant takes from all of this? The wrong message. Oh, well, now I've got the power. I've got the gun. I'm going to go confront these bad guys. I'm going to stick my nose in things. So what does he do when he gets down to 63rd Street? The first thing he does, we showed it to you at the very beginning, that drone video, grabs that gun and points it at someone to protect property. Points it at the Zeminskis. Because why? Because they're what? About to mess with some sort of fire? They're not threatening anyone's lives. He doesn't need to protect anyone. He doesn't need to protect himself. He's pointing a gun because he thinks he needs to protect property. He says he wants to put out a fire, but the first thing he does is drop the fire extinguisher on the ground. His AR-15 isn't going to put out a fire. So why is he really there? And we all agree you can't use or threaten deadly force to protect someone else's property. You are here to decide whether or not his actions are legally justified, not to buy pathetic excuses that might be given to you. As a teacher, when a student says to you, "The dog ate my homework," that's an excuse. It doesn't get you out of the homework assignment. If you panic in a situation that is not reasonable, that is an excuse. It is not a legal justification. If you're 17, if you don't have training or experience, if you put yourself in a situation where you're in over your head, if you're scared, those are excuses. Those are not legal
Thumbs up if you want me to bring
justifications
up the guitar.
to kill. They do not erase your personal responsibility for your own actions. The court has read to you the instructions in this case. They lay out the law that you should apply. That reading took a long time, and I understand.
Yeah, they
There
did.
was a lot to digest. And one of the things that you will have the opportunity to do when you go back and deliberate is
It's like
read
he's trying to
through
get
those
like a
instructions yourselves.
Word count in an essay.
Because I get that listening to them doesn't always make it clear. But I encourage you to focus on some things when you consider the defendant's behavior in this case. You are told that criminally reckless conduct is conduct that threatens other people's lives and poses an unreasonable and substantial
Yeah,
risk
but you have to pay for that one,
to
Tweety.
other people. There is no dispute the defendant's activities here threatened other people's lives. He took 2 lives. You know, this is not like a normal murder case. A lot of murder cases we're in here trying to convince a jury that the defendant killed somebody. That's not in dispute here. That's the easy part. The question is, does he get a pass? Do we think that's okay? Do we think what he did was right? That's the question you have to answer. And when you consider whether his conduct was criminally reckless, consider, did it pose an unreasonable and substantial threat to the safety of others? Count 4 charges him with first-degree intentional homicide of Anthony Huber. There is no doubt that the defendant intended to kill Anthony Huber or committed conduct that he knew was practically certain to kill Anthony Huber.
No, it's
that
bad.
gun was pointed at Anthony
This
Huber's
guy's
lower
bad.
left rib cage, and the
Pretty
defendant
sure he owes,
deliberately pulled
like,
the trigger. That was no
thousands
accident.
of dollars of
And
library.
when you do
late
that with
fees.
an AR-15
Yeah, I
against
know.
someone's body,
Okay, bye.
it is practically certain to kill. We all know this case comes down to self-defense, but there's a high bar for using deadly force in a self-defense situation. The law says that the defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary
gosh.
to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. So did Joseph Rosenbaum pose an imminent threat
Yes,
of death or great bodily harm to the defendant?
I rest
no
my
way.
case. Yes. No way. This guy's serious.
Did Anthony Huber
He literally
pose
lit a dumpster on
an
fire.
imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? Absolutely not. Did Jump Kick Man or Gage Grosskreutz? No. None of these people posed an imminent threat
This is a really good
to the
cologne.
defendant's life or to cause great bodily harm. The standard when you make this decision is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So put yourself in the defendant's position. Would you have done the same thing? Would a reasonable person have done the same thing? Would you have engaged in the reckless conduct that led to this course of events? Would you have gone out after curfew with an AR-15 looking for trouble? Would you have aimed at other people? Would you have tried to use the gun to protect an empty car lot? No reasonable person would have done these things.
Please be finished. Oh my gosh.
The court has also
There's still
instructed
more
you on
paper.
provocation.
How
You
many
cannot
trees had to
hide
die for him to print out this
behind
PowerPoint
self-defense
deck?
if you provoked the incident. If you created the danger, you forfeit the right to self-defense. By bringing that gun, aiming it at people, threatening people's lives, the defendant provoked everything. And if he does that, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid a confrontation. All reasonable means. So if Joseph Rosenbaum's running at him, Joseph Rosenbaum is no threat to his life. And not only is the defendant expected to run, he's expected to yell, push, shove that rag doll around, run back for help, call 911, call for help, do all sorts of other things besides just turn and fire 4 shots as Joseph Rosenbaum falls helpless to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt in this case
There's
that the
lots of doubt.
defendant committed these crimes.
Are you drunk?
He committed a first-degree reckless homicide against Joseph Rosenbaum. He put Richie McGinnis's life in jeopardy.
They put his
Put
life in jeopardy
Jump
too.
Kick Man's life in jeopardy. He intended to kill Anthony Huber, and he attempted to kill Gage Grosskreutz. All of those elements are true. The question is whether or not you believe that his actions were legally justified.
Yes, they were. The
And
end.
I submit
rest.
to you that no reasonable person would have done
Please be
what the
done.
defendant did.
He's almost done.
And that makes your decision easy.
He's like the pastor
He's
that
guilty
says in closing
of all
and then
counts.
talks for 30 more minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's take a break and
Yes.
About 2:25, hopefully. And please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Thank the Lord. Oh my gosh. Are they back in 15 minutes? You say 2:25? What time is it right now in Kenosha? Is it only 2 o'clock in Kenosha? What time is it Kenosha? That was the worst prosecution I've ever heard, and the first, actually. And that was terrible. It's 2:09, so you guys were back in 14 minutes. Yeah, if you guys are wondering, get this for your husband if you have a husband. It's called By the Fireplace by Replica. OMG. Okay. Spray a spritz of that, walk around, people are like, hey, what's up? What's up? And you're like, nothing. And they're like, cool. Okay, so I'm correct then. He's coming on it in 15 minutes. Jeez. That was hard to watch. I feel like he's only giving them a 15-minute break. They need at least a nap after that. Is anything interesting? No, we got some snow yesterday. That's about it. I mean, who doesn't? Right? Pinch and roll, am I right? Guys in the audience will know. If anything, it's interesting. I can't wait to see what the defense has to say. Like, whoo, they're gonna destroy that whole thing. They're gonna be like, well, my, you know, what do they call it? My distinguished gentleman friend over here said this, but here's where he's wrong. All of it. We have to have some fun at the end there, though. So, if you don't know what real crime is all about, guys, we also have a little fun. We also try to laugh a little bit. It's not always serious because I'm not always serious. Yeah, the defense is like, here's the facts. Nope, 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 nope. And nope, the end. I walk away. Just give them everything they need to just one thing. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my bum. Ooh. We need some tunes just until we get back. Okay. Can you guys hear this? He's a Star Trek nerd. Yeah, the clone's not cheap. Just get a smaller bottle of it. That's the Dad Challenge podcast movie poster. That's season 2 of the Dad Challenge podcast. That's Dad Bods. And that one up there is season 3. We called it Breaking Dad. Is there trials? Yeah, I'll cover those. Is it true that the defense gets the final statement, but the prosecution gets to come to rebut again? Is that true? That's crazy. So then, is that always the way the court works? Is that just always the way it is? Is he going to go another for 2 more hours afterwards? Why does the prosecution get a rebuttal? I feel like isn't not on the prosecution to prove guilt. So why do they get more? Can you guys hear this guitar okay? What? Oh. Oh, that would be a crazy case. When does that happen? Whoa. This thing does not want to stay in tune. Just had it freshly set up, too. Yeah, I did see that, CT. That's so sad. 10 people. Beauty and the Dad Bod covered that today on the podcast. If you want to go take a look at it. Can you guys hear this guitar? Yes. Maybe that's what I'll do during the court things. I'll just serenade you while we wait. Oh, really? John Mayer responded to Taylor Swift? Are we back now? Back in 10. Oh, I'm going to be watching the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, that's for sure. You noticed? Yeah, that's on my birthday. That's gonna be fun. Uh-oh. That's my birthday right there. Yeah, we're watching the trial matter. We're just in a recess right now. Kalikimaka is a what? Say, that's the island greeting that we send to you from the isle where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright. Sun will shine by day and all the stars at night. Melikalikimaka is a wise way to say Merry Christmas to you. Oh, April, I was going to do that video today, but I'll have to film it tonight about the La Brance video. I will. Are we in hell? Well, if that's the song that's played in hell, then yes. We're just waiting for the court to get back in, everybody. I'm not just here playing guitar for you, okay? It's like private concerts for rich people. The prosecution in this case talked way too much. He lied a whole bunch about things proven wrong and bored us all to death. So hurry up and get this shit done, please, please. Oh my God, I've lost like 100 live viewers. Back in 4 minutes. Back in 4 minutes, yeah. Back in 4 minutes. Watch the defense do their side. Ooh. 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 Here's the thing is with this is like, how do you think the Rosenbaum victims feel, right? They never talk about the victims in these cases. They prop these people up as like heroes for some reason because they need that to be their narrative. They never talk about the victims. Yeah, it's capo on. Oh no, that's a tuner. That's a tuner. Yeah. So the juror's like, yeah, you know what? We saw it all. We're good. We've seen enough. This is a Capo. Oh, is it on? Whoa. Oh no, it's not on yet. So it's getting there. It's getting there.
Approach each of the top.
We're getting there. We're getting there. This has been a long chat. 2 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, a couple of them do. Tyson makes music in his studio, his bedroom. Tristan plays piano. Everly's learning piano right now. And Weston plays nothing. He's just really loud, but they can all sing. Like perfect pitch, too. Jeez, that sucks. We're getting there. Got Gus over there hanging out. Hey, Gus. Who's good boy? Are you tired? Are you tired? He's in his bed. He's like melted into his bed. It's like the most comfortable place in the house. I think they're coming back. They're still not there, but they're getting there. I don't see anything yet. Let me know if it echoes, because I'm going to try to go without headphones. It's really uncomfortable. Can't play any songs that are getting me copyrighted on this stream. I do my live streams on the weekends because I don't monetize those ones. Oh. Gus is a sheepadoodle. Sheepdog poodle. Hypoallergenic, doesn't shed, is very loud. Like if when that doorbell goes, you wait. Gonna be crazy in here. How many people have their Christmas tree up? I'll make a poll. Gus is a snuggler too. Like he loves snuggling. It's like his favorite thing to do. Snuggle monster. That's sad. That's sad. Christmas is my favorite time of year. Favorite. We were decorating the tree yesterday and the snow was falling outside. I was like, yeah! Had the Christmas tunes blazing. Kids were laughing. Cats were under the tree, knocking shit off. It was great. And your point. No, there looks like they're going to deliberate tomorrow morning, and then we'll probably be there to see. Is it snowing right now, Tom? Let me check my Ring doorbell. It's not snowing here. What do you mean snowing? Snowing where you are? Tom, it's not snowing, liar. It's barely even cloudy outside. I don't believe you. Remember, 12 jurors will deliberate, so 6 will be let go tonight. Oh, they have 18 jurors in there? Really? Oh, here we go. Is that echoing for you guys?
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. We are still in live coverage of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. What that means is we will take you back to court as soon as it begins. The jury was given a break. They're back in the courtroom waiting on the jury to come in. We don't yet have audio, meaning it's not yet on the record. I may have to cut you off, Peter Stambleck, but still with me, family law and
All right,
trial
well, I don't want to put this stuff on there.
sticking around. Let me ask you this.
Okay, good. I don't know how people in Arizona and like warm places celebrate Christmas without snow. It just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Like Christmas lights and stuff, and it's like summer outside. It's a no. There's an echo now? Okay. They weren't fake tears. Plus, it was a panic attack. We talked about that in the last video. He absolutely had a panic attack on the thing. So, oh, I think we're going there.
You snippet States Exhibit 18, which Mr. Binger spent 3 or 4 minutes showing that Mr. Rosenbaum wasn't around. My client couldn't know that he wraps his head in orange. Chain, bag, orange. Ladies and gentlemen, we had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation. I object, Your Honor. It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man. He was there. He was causing trouble. He was a rioter.
Yep.
And my client had to deal with him that night alone. When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what do I mean by that? Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Kandiri brothers. The reason he put them on,
He was a
despite
liar,
what he
though,
might
so-
say today, is because he wanted you, now 18, soon to be 12 people, to say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Kandiri's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from West Bend came. Provocation, another thing. Think back on November 2nd, when this case started. Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation?
Damn.
You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation.
Go, girl.
That was opening. And most importantly, in opening, quoting from Mr. Binger's first paragraph of his opening statement on November 2nd, 2021. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos. Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming along with the Zeminskis to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I've just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because one, he's lying. Two, he's misrepresenting. Or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change
But
to
all they
try
have
and
to do
fit
is
what has come out.
Cast a shadow
Remember
doubt,
how
right?
when he was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other. Maybe they didn't know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures wreaking havoc in this city. And now we have the magic pixel camera that brings forth his provocation. I'm going to go through the charges and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion.
Yep.
Here. Count one, reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, there was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day in regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic bag. Kyle doesn't know what it is at that time. It causes him to turn and look over his shoulder, pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues running and advancing on my client. That whole time, the state doesn't say anything about Mr. Zeminski firing the shot. Mr. Zeminski having his gun up. Think of the circumstances as they existed at 11:50 on August 25th of 2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, and I believe it's a Pepsi machine. And he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanin video later on. What's important about the Zanin video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to protect that property. Nick Smith called him, hey, they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there. He has as much right to go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha and be unmolested by the likes of Joseph Rosenbaum, Kelly, and Joshua Zeminski. And Mr. Binger says, oh, we'll get the Zeminskis later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, this is still United States of America, and he has the burden of proof. If he wants you guys to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis, put him on the witness stand, ask him questions, and let me or Mr. Sharafasi cross-examine him. That's how we do things in a court of law, but not in Mr. Binger's court.
Yep.
He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my client and going to kill him, take his gun, and carry out the threats he made. And Mr. Binger wants to make a big hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement? He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet went in and where the bullet ended up in the hip. you know full well that the individual, and I asked the doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane consistent of? Somebody leaping, lunging at my client. And we know how close Mr. Rosenbaum was to my client. The furthest he could have been when it started, the first shot, 4 feet with the stifling. We know that his hand was on the gun. Mr. Binger wants you to believe that that was just happenstance and accident. Come on, people.
That's
Physical
it.
evidence does not
Let's go.
lie. Use your common sense and good judgment. He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up down at the riots. Remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenbaum, according
So
to
he
the
lit
testimony,
a thing on fire.
walked from the bus center 4 miles out to Ms. Swartz's house, and then he couldn't stay there for some reason, and 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night, you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum, whether it was a hospital or whether or not it was a jail. Remember that? And there was testimony regarding his medication. Ms. Swartz said we couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all
but the
boarded
prosecution brought it up a lot, so he has to
up.
talk
She
about it.
said, the hospital said they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication. Mr. Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in a hospital or a jail to prove that Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated? He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days.
Whoa.
We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on their proper medication. He was not acting normal. Next.
He's got to point it at the
Richard
laptop.
McGinnis. Reckless. And here, Mr. McGinnis would like to talk about, because the self-defense does not go to Mr. McGinnis, but if Kyle was privileged in exercising self-defense against Mr. Rosenbaum, it carries over to the endangering count of Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, specifically, if the defendant, and I'm reading directly from an instruction, page 9, second full paragraph, which you will be given, if the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger, how do you know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking? Because I don't.
Where the heck did the audio go? Why? Also, if you live in Kenosha or anywhere near there, get your toilet paper
he
now.
got into a situation over his head, thinking, as he said before.
Where do you see this smug look, Elizabeth? He's trying to stifle yawns, I'll give you that. But where do you see this smug look? I think you're looking for something that you want to see, but it's not there.
He states Kyle did not know Richard, that he was there, meaning Richard McGinnis. He's a citizen journalist who was running along with his hand in his phone in his hand up in the air in to get a story. My client is not responsible for endangering him when he runs into danger. Plus, the instruction says, that if he was privileged as to Rosenbaum, he's privileged as to count 2, Mr. McGinnis. Count 3, jump kick man.
Yeah, I want to
The
know who this guy is.
uncomplaining, unidentified witness in count 3. There'll be some video later on when I'm going through some of that. You'll see, and I ask you to pay attention. The state has said he's not kicking him. He doesn't hit him. When you watch the video, and it'll be in slow motion, watch where his foot goes, watch what happens to Kyle's head. The force of him kicking him in the face spins his body 180 degrees around. And then it's on. Huber coming in from behind, hitting him in the neck with the skateboard. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see throughout event number 2, and this is the beginning of it, is individuals working in a mob. They don't know what happened at Car Source 3, event number 1. But somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person. But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or as they perceive him, somebody from the other side who has been putting out their fires, causing problems for them, stopping them from wreaking havoc in Kenosha.
Stop putting the
like
emphasis
they
on the
did
wrong syllable.
night before.
It's havoc.
And ladies and gentlemen, the standard is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm is defined as likely to cause serious bodily injury. A kick to the head is likely to cause a serious injury. Did my client suffer a debilitating injury as a result of that? No, but that's not the standard. Mr. Huber, he's a rioter, pushing a dumpster lit on fire, going to the barricades to pick up pepper balls, throw them back, pointing his middle finger at the police. He's assisting Rosenbaum at the gas station, hits Rittenhouse 2 times with the skateboard, and attempts to disarm him.
Yep.
You'll see it all in the slow motion video later on. And Kyle Rittenhouse is running away from Anthony Huber. The state wants to call my client an active shooter. And the reason they want to do that is because of the loaded connotations of that word. Everyone has heard of the theater killings, the school shootings, and things like that. Ask yourself, the definition of an active shooter is somebody with a plan to inflict multiple casualties, usually out of anger or animus towards a group. This case, what caused Kyle Rittenhouse to shoot somebody? Joseph Rosenbaum. He runs after shooting Joseph Rosenbaum for almost 2 blocks before scene number 2. Mr. Binger makes a big thing about Kyle Rittenhouse not staying around Car Source 3 after the shooting. Ladies and gentlemen, if Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed at Car Source 3, all that would have happened is it would have made the police have an easier job, because scene 1 and scene 2 would have been put in the same location. My client ran 2 blocks without shooting at anyone, pointing at anyone, doing anything to try and get away. He tells the individuals he's going to the police, and he's running in that direction when he stopped. He's hitting the head with a hand with a rock in it, knocking his hat off. Mr. Binger says, oh, he just knocked his hat off. I don't think that individual was trying to steal Mr. Rittenhouse's hat. He was trying to take his head off. Who comes in next? Anthony Huber for the first time. Hits him. Opening statement, Mr. Binger, was he takes a swing at him. Now it's he blocked because we took the videotape and lightened it up. Huber strikes him in the head and arm the first time. Jump kick man comes in, kicks him in the face, spins his body 180 degrees, and Anthony Huber comes in for the second lick to the shoulder neck area, trying to take his head off. And when he does that, his other hand goes grabbing for the gun, his bare hand onto the gun and pulling it away from Kyle Rittenhouse. Mr. Binger wants Kyle to sit there and hope and pray to God his strap works, and Anthony Huber can't get the gun. We don't know that. We'll never know that as he's running away from him. A shot as the gun is being separated from his body, and you'll see the butt way far away when the shot is finally fired. Even Gage Grosskowitz said he was concerned about the blows that Jump Kick Man and Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head. That's probably the only thing I agree with Mr. Grosskowitz. Gage Grosskowitz. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Kyle did under those facts and circumstances was unreasonable, that he was not entitled to self-defense. Consider all the events that had occurred that evening. Him being attacked, kicked in the head, hit in the head with a skateboard, other individuals running up on him, and now Mr. Grosskowitz runs up on him. And the first action of Mr. Grosskowitz, and I'll go through the video later, is really he's running in, the hand is coming up, and the gunshot with Huber goes off. And the natural reaction is the flinch. He covers up. And then he pulls his hands up. And as he's standing with his hands up, look, he's not gripping the gun anymore in a pistol grip. Hands apart, hands up. And as he comes in to finish the job, the hand is on the gun going for Mr. Rittenhouse. And he says it's an involuntary movement. The shot comes before it gets directly to his head, but the motion is coming, the shot, and it continues on with that momentum. Enough momentum to go through the bullet and point directly at Kyle's head.
Yeah, and he admitted
Does Kyle
it.
fire again? No, he doesn't.
Yep. Only fires once.
Actions likely to cause death or great bodily harm. And he is coming in with a loaded Glock. And we asked Mr. Gage Grosskowitz about it. He wouldn't even admit that there was one in the chamber. That's why we had to put on the officer to talk about the unfired shell casing. Lukowski talked about clearing the weapon and a live round coming out. Because Grosskowitz won't say anything that puts him in a bad light. Grosskowitz, the person who has 10 million reasons to lie.
Yep.
And we all
Suing
know
for
he
10
did
million.
lie. Because he never gave a new interview after giving his statement saying he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen,
They caught him in a
those
lie.
are the charges. Those are a synopsis of the charges. As I stated, the burden is on the state, and they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client did not have the right to self-defense. Kyle, as he sits here, is presumed innocent of all charges.
Yes.
If there is any reasonable hypothesis to reconcile with Kyle's innocence, that is what you are to choose. Remember, when looking at the burden of proof, they have it. Think about some of the things, the shoddy investigation, the rush to judgment from the Kenosha District Attorney's Office, the Zeminskis not being called as witnesses. They have the burden of proof. We don't. They
Yep. We're live.
want it to be that Kyle was out there doing something improper. Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property at the car sources. It started and he did it. He did provide aid, and he was asking if anybody needed aid. Whether somebody chooses to accept that aid, that's on them. But Mr. Binger wants to poo-poo his sincere belief that he's helping people because he borrowed bandages from Dominic Black, and I think he might have borrowed something from Lukowski also. But in the picture, when the Kandiri poses with all the people who are going to protect his property, there's Kyle's big orange gator box. He's got his pack on, filled with things, and he's willing to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle was not an active shooter. That is a buzzword that the state wants to lash onto because it excuses the actions of that mob on the 25th of 2020. Whenever Kyle was there, he reacted to people attacking him. There's numerous times, and you'll see him on the video, he does not shoot. He runs 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st Scene 2 without firing his weapon. Individual hits him in the back of the head. He does not turn around to address that threat. Huber takes a swing at him with the skateboard like that. Kyle blocks, and the skateboard's knocked out of his hand. He doesn't turn around and shoot him. He keeps running and falls from the 2 hits. He's run that far, and yet somehow he just fell over on his own.
Yeah.
As soon as he's on the ground, they're there attacking him. And you see the people. The law of self-defense, you've seen it, you've heard it. Now I'm going to go through the witnesses.
Keeps pointing it at the
Oh.
TV.
Dominic Black, first witness, charged by Mr. Binger for providing the gun to my client. 2 counts, looking at up to 6 years in prison. His case has been adjourned so that he can help the state. I don't think he helped the state that much. I think he was a pretty truthful witness, all in all. He told them about Kyle there to help people, that they had permission from the Kandiris, that he saw Kyle help the woman with the foot, help the person with the hand. Mr. Binger wants to just say, oh, that doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kyle, it would have been somebody else. The point is, he was there and he did it. There was no pointing by Kyle of any laser sight. There was no ability for Kyle or him to point laser sights at anyone because their guns didn't have the type of optics that did that. He said Kyle was there to help. The only person helping was Kyle. And he can say what he wants about whether or not he let Kyle take the gun or not take the gun. He never told him not to. He went to the location with him. They bought straps at Jelensky's together. He's trying to cover his butt a little bit. The guns were there and they took them. They took the guns, as he said, to deter people attacking them. He saw Kyle at the end, sweating, was in shock, and said that he shot someone. He had to do it. That is Dominic Black. Corey Washington saw the rioters breaking up concrete at the church parking lot, described Rosenbaum as erratic, stated the crowd was suspicious. I don't know what that means. One of the things that I thought was strange was the night before they were burning garbage trucks, but they only burnt the old ones. I think that tells you something about his point of view, that there's a certain amount of property damage that is justified and okay. Kenosha was using those garbage trucks that the rioters lit on fire. And nothing regarding property destruction was going to do anything to help Jacob Blake. We also learned that Kyle Rittenhouse smokes cigarettes, and that he has an affinity for the Dinosaur Museum. Detective Howard, ladies and gentlemen,
But for real, don't
Detective
smoke
Howard's
cigarettes. If you're a
testimony
teen, don't
and
do it.
Detective Antaramian's testimony is the stuff of what reasonable doubt is made of. Two detectives, both lead officers on this case. They've sat through every minute of this trial, and their opinions of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum from testimony, videos, couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Detective Howard, on cross-examination, knew that the guy was hiding in the car and jumped out from behind the car and began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh boy, that's not good for the state's case. So there's the old chit-chat between Mr. Howard and Mr. Antaramian and the prosecutors after, and all of a sudden we've come up with the new theory. And you heard the new theory that he raised the gun, and that's what's on the video. Could I have the firearm, please?
Yeah, she's doubling down without understanding. Like, she doesn't want to hear the proof and
He told me he
evidence.
checked it.
When? After lunch? Before lunch. Check it again.
They're checking the chamber right now.
Thank you. Think about when Kyle Rittenhouse is firing the gun, when he's seen holding the gun throughout the events of the 25th. Shouldering the gun, and I'm not going to bring it all the way up to my shoulder, to the right shoulder, which would be a stance like this. The reason I objected in his closing argument is because that's not the way he was standing. If he's standing like this is right-handed, pointing the gun this way, up at the ready, his back would be to the drone footage. In the drone footage, you see the arm. It would be somebody having to hold the gun left-handed.
Yeah, I was wondering, was that
This
what he meant?
is a
Smokes
right-handed
weed?
firearm. If this gun is brought up to his face and it is pulled back,
Am I hearing protesters outside of this courtroom right now?
the shell casing hot and the fire that ejects it is going to be going right into Kyle's face. The photograph I'll talk about later, you don't see the straps on his shirt. It didn't happen the way he said. It doesn't happen the way in the photograph.
Wow, they're loud.
Burden of proof, once again. The telephones, the searching of telephones with search warrants.
Yeah, this is
The
crazy.
subpoenaing of records.
Listen to this.
I have no problem with that. It's good police work. But when you pick and choose and you make favorites, it's not. My client testified, and I'll say it this way, the detective testified that my client's phone was sent to the FBI. It was unsearchable because of the operating system. The FBI and the federal government had not cracked it yet. We found out about that. We had nothing to hide. Here's the numbers. Search the phone as long as we're given a simultaneous copy. So we have what you have. We can have our experts look at it. They can have their experts look at it. So we know that there isn't anything added or deleted. We did that. We gave that to the state. If we had something to hide, they never would have gotten in that phone. They took the phone.
Is it really starting?
They
Holy
made a
crap.
copy. They searched it. Lo and behold, nothing of an incriminating nature in it. Nothing militia, white supremacist, any of that. Gage Grosskreutz, different story.
Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
They had a valid search warrant for it. The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed when it's sitting right in front of them. Not just that, but Mr. Groskowitz could have consented to them going in the phone. If he has nothing to hide, why
Crazy.
not?
They had a warrant for his phone and they
Why
didn't
not
check
let
his
them
phone.
look in the phone? And
Why?
let's take common sense and judgment one step further. Police officers get search warrants. They execute the search warrant. Sometimes somebody feels as though their rights have been violated, and it gets litigated in a court of law. If it was illegal, the information in that search warrant never comes out in court. If it's legal, after a judge has said there were no rights violated, it comes in evidence. What was Mr. Groskowitz afraid of? Why wouldn't the state execute the search warrant, let Mr. Groskowitz and his attorney object, file a motion and say, you can't go in my phone? Let the judge decide, not the person who's prosecuting and protecting Mr. Groskowitz. Come on, people. Mr. Groskowitz has 10 million reasons for not wanting somebody to go in his phone. The timing with the detectives and some of their actions, I think, are very important. They get down to Antioch at about 3:30 in the morning of the 26th, less than 4 hours after this happens. By 6 o'clock, 6:30, given the benefit of the doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is under arrest for first-degree murder. There's not been any autopsy done.
Mm-hmm.
There haven't been any witness statements taken. They've got 2 or 3 videos. The bullets, I should say it this way, all of the bullets have not even been picked up from Car Source at this point. But they're willing to make a decision. And were they under pressure? I'm sure they were. They're afraid that there's going to be another night of looting, destruction in Kenosha because of this happening and the way the word got out. He traveled across state lines. He was here. He brought his AR with him. The AR was here. He was a white supremacist looking for trouble. Nothing. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when we picked you guys as jurors,
Don't have time.
we
They
asked you if
rushed
you could
it.
decide based upon the evidence that happens in the courtroom, not what you'd heard before,
Against
not
Kyle, I think.
all of the lies and untruths that have been put out in the media. I heard one guy say, my client discharged the gun 60 times. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in court is what you decide the truth on. He was charged on the 27th. Still, they didn't have the information, the autopsy's final, anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rush to judgment.
Yep.
Richie McGinnis, I talked about earlier, citizen journalists. Mr. Binger talked about him seeing guns. But remember the cross of Mr. McGinnis. Guns are not legal in Portland, Washington, or DC or New York. They're not allowed on the streets. You can be arrested. There are state laws. And ladies and gentlemen, the gun in this case is no longer an issue. Whether or not it was a dangerous weapon as it applies to the charges is, but my client is no longer charged with minor in possession of a firearm.
Yep.
But he needs his AR-15 and the assault weapon and the fear that goes with that to try and bring home an unjust guilty verdict. Ryan Balch had never met Kyle Rittenhouse before the evening hours of the 25th, has never spoken to him or known him after. And yet the state wants you to believe he made up something about a threat to kill. Why? What's in it for him? the threat. If I get either of you alone, I will kill you. That is a threat with a statement and a promise. And lo and behold, the chance presented itself to Mr. Rosenbaum, and he attempted to execute it. And I don't for a minute believe that he would have done it if it was Mr. Balch, who's much bigger than my client, muscular, well-built, and much more assertive and forceful. Rosenbaum, like any, as he referred to him, I don't even know what he called him, ragdoll, whatever, but the little guy who gets beat up likes to go after the next littlest guy. He saw Kyle alone, and that's what he chose to. Or he could have been mistaken and thinking it was the other person at the ultimate that he went after and had to be held back. They were dressed very similarly, baseball caps, mask, and the only difference was the difference between shorts and a long pants. I can't answer that. Mr. Rosenbaum at this point, I guess, can't either.
Yep.
But you see Mr. Rosenbaum right around the time in question at that location, menacing with his chain. I'm going to finally get this right. I skipped. That's Mr. Balch. I talked about him going on. Ms. Amber Rasmussen, she was the DNA expert. What I say to you is DNA is an
Real quick, I just wanted to say, I just read a tweet. They're not telling you why Rosenbaum couldn't go to his girlfriend's house. The judge isn't allowing them to say it, but it's because he couldn't, because they had a restraining order against him. The judge will not allow the jury to know this. So Rosenbaum went down to Kenosha riots, and he was angry because he went there and was turned away because they have a restraining order against him. I just wanted to point that out to you guys.
But DNA is only as useful as what you put into it. And if DNA shows anything, it shows that it's not proof positive in this case. We know in hearing from Dr. Kelly that he most probably touched the gun. It was a contact wound is the way he described it. And we know through the videos, Huber touched the gun with his bare hand, and yet no DNA was found on that gun. So don't let your eyes deceive you. Don't let the physical evidence be discounted because of what she said. The end of that barrel was not swabbed. And we know he had to be at the end of the barrel, or it would have had the soot on all of the fingers. Jason Lukowski, thought was an interesting witness. He was the Marine who put the phrase, shout, shove, show, shoot. And I asked him about that, and I don't for a minute disbelieve that that's the Marines' rule. Is there any retreat in there? He said no. He looked at me like I was stupid. The reason he looked like that was because they don't retreat. Yet Kyle Rittenhouse did retreat. He tried getting away from Mr. Rosenbaum. He described Joseph Rosenbaum as belligerent with malintent, used the N-word, did the false step thing, did not see Kyle as aggressive. He was there for a shorter period of time than anyone else at Car Source. He also cleared Gage Grosquist's gun after the shooting and made it safe, took the shell out of it.
I didn't know that, actually.
And I ask you to think back to the direct examination of Mr. Lukowski by the state. When they asked him, what did Kyle say to you? His first statement was, I just shot somebody, I need help. That's what he testified to. And then Mr. Binger shows him the statement and gets him to say, well, I told the FBI that. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he told the FBI. The FBI doesn't let him see that statement, doesn't let him read the statement and say, you've read this to me, it's true in a correct copy. They write down what they think they heard. I ask you to think about what he said. If he didn't shoot somebody, why does he need help? That makes no sense. He said it. He testified to it. That's what happened. The state confronted him and pushes him back to his original statement so he doesn't get in trouble. He put the tourniquet on Gage Grosskreutz. He testified that he had his AR-15 with him, providing medical services.
I think he's doing a pretty good
first
job
aid,
here.
just like Kyle Rittenhouse. And I find it so ironic that he was there. Gage Grosskreutz had said to them, go home, we have our own medics, you stooges. And who ultimately helps him with his tourniquet? Sarah Hughes, her testimony, she reminded Mr. Huber and his girlfriend they needed to be home by curfew. Obviously, not advice that was followed. Wish it had been. Carrie Ann Swart, I talked about. She talked about Joseph Rosenbaum being bipolar, being prescribed gabapentin.
Mhm.
He had to leave her house that night after walking 4 miles, taking about
This
an
isn't
hour,
even the closing?
and then
Oh,
walking
man.
another 4 miles back to downtown where the riots were going on, where he could involve
He
himself
needs to get
fully.
to like the real
Her
important
story
stuff.
contradicts Nathan DeBrune. I just got out when he said, I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back. He'd been off his meds for the week prior. The videos of Joseph Rosenbaum show the state that he was in. No proof that he ever took his meds. Saul Kindiri, he was the first of the Kindiri brothers to testify. Car source. He's in the picture with all the people who protected his property. He's there, and he said he just liked the military garb. Why did he get a picture then with just one of them? How did he wrangle all these people up? Everybody in that picture said that they wanted him there. They gave him permission. Even Dominic Black concurred in that, the state's witness. But as I said earlier, they want these two guys to dirty Kyle up. He's just picking a spot to pick trouble and to be there and cause problems. He was asked to provide security. He did. They deny that they were going to pay any money, yet Nick Smith says they were. And going to pay money to Nick Smith. And ladies and gentlemen, do you get the feeling that they're a little afraid of being sued, as everybody else in this case is? I think so. And when they were up there, I don't remember them saying, oh, you can protect car source 2 or car doctor, but don't go to car 3. They had somebody arranged to protect car source 3, and the word came in that they had left. Dominic, Balch, Joanne Fielder, all of them say they had permission. Why would they lie about that? How does that protect them? They're not charged with anything. Who's the people who are lying here? Sal and Sam. Next, Police Officer Widener. He was the ET. He went and recovered some of the 2.23 rounds from car source. I believe he found 3 of them. The other 2 were found 3 days later. He photographed a mask. He didn't find the bag, and we do not concede that there was nothing in that bag, not for a minute.
Yeah, it could
They
take
have
days.
the burden of proof. They have the burden to preserve a crime scene appropriately, get the evidence, and show it to you.
Mhm.
Ryan Balch said he smelled ammonia and bleach. They didn't find the fire extinguisher. We know that the fire extinguisher was there. It's in the videos. But that doesn't fit in the state's narrative of Kyle actually going there to put out a fire, which had been started earlier in the Duramax. Officer Van Wee recovered the last 2 shell casings. Strike that.
This guy, just get a different remote. Get a mouse. Unbelievable.
I love technology.
Well, then use it properly, man. Nobody knows how to use technology in this.
Officer Van Wee, Officer Moretti, he was the driver of the squad car that Kyle tried to surrender himself to. He said it was a war zone. It was a war zone those 3 nights. He described it as the city on fire. The police felt as though they were completely surrounded, described the constant gunfire that evening. Mr. Binger wants to slough it off as fireworks this. It really wasn't that bad that night.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was hell in this area downtown. There were violent people causing trouble. And the state wants us to believe it was okay. The police pushed them back. Now they could leave. Car source was safe. And I can't remember specifically what witness it was, but it stuck out in my mind. The witness said the police pushed him back, let him back, pushed him back, let him back. And a lot of the burning happened late at night, that witness said. Gage Grosskreutz, 10 million reasons to change his statement. His attorney is sitting in the courtroom, has been sitting in the courtroom when he testified. If he's just your average complaining witness, why get a lawyer? What do you got to hide? He didn't have a valid concealed carry permit. He wasn't charged. He lies to the police about being armed that night. He said he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what's called obstructing. Most people, when you lie to the cops, especially in a murder investigation, you get in a little bit of trouble. I've represented some of those people. Not Mr. Grosskreutz, because he's their star witness. Bought, paid for, and protected. You don't want us to search your phone? Oh, we're going to invoke the never heard before Marcy's Law exception to the search warrant, even though they had a signed search warrant by a judge of Kenosha County. He was also an armed medic. Wants you to believe that he didn't have one in the chamber and he would never shoot somebody. But before he said that, he said key, wallet, phone, gun. Never leaves the home without them. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't carry a concealed weapon. And I don't think I could shoot somebody. But when people carry guns,
Is there what?
that's what they're
Is
for
he really?
in the city. This isn't the wild, wild west.
Why?
He had his gun. Kyle Rittenhouse had run by him. You'll see the picture. Was by him, gone. Did he go to give medical help? He didn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum was being tended to. No, he decided to run in and advance on the fray. He, affiliated with the American People's Revolution here in Wisconsin. And I might have that one word wrong, but he did it. And who ultimately put the tourniquet and fixed it on his arm? But Mr. Lukowski, a member of somebody he refers to as the militia and the Stooges. 2 different encounters between Gage Grosskreutz and my client. The first one, he does not show or give any indication of a weapon. My client does not point a weapon at him, does not shoot at him, does not swipe the weapon towards him. He states he's going to the police. That is uncontradicted. Why doesn't Mr. Grosskreutz let him be and go give aid and comfort to his fellow rioter? But
Even Kyle's
instead,
okay.
he
This
joins
guy
the
is.
mob,
He should have just stuck to like
chasing
the
Kyle,
super
arms
specifics
himself,
and just went like, boom, 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 boom.
and runs in
The end. He's doing what the other guy
fifth or
did.
sixth person into the melee in scene 2.
Holy smokes!
And when his friend was called,
No human is retaining any of this.
his friend said in his Facebook post, his
I
only
guess.
regret was not emptying the clip into the kid. So we know what his intent was. We know what he wanted to do. Kyle shot first as he was coming in. And Mr. Binger talks about, oh, he was going to grab the gun. ladies and gentlemen, left hand, phone. How's he going to grab a gun?
You know, oh
with a
yeah, by
hand
the way, this other
filled
thing.
with a phone? Right hand, gun. He goes back, loads up, and is advancing. That's when Kyle shoots him. He didn't shoot him when he put his hands up.
Possibly.
And if that was it, no intent to harm him, all he does, like everybody else, is back up, and nobody else gets shot. But Mr. Groskowitz decides he's going to shoot my client. Unfortunately, my client shot him first. If he had retreated, it's over. And when he's got his hand up like this, as I said earlier, the hands are up. It's not gripping the gun, it's loose. But when he goes in like this, the pistol grip is tight. Heather Williams, crime lab, she testified that the gun works. I have no dispute regarding that. Detective Krieger,
Holy cow.
he was in the passenger seat of Moretti's car. Pepper
Sorry, I just got to update you guys. There's been a mass shooting in Aurora, Colorado at a park. 5 people between the ages of 14 to 17 have been taken to hospital after a shooting. Another shooting in Aurora. Holy moly. What is going on?
the video. We showed the video to start this, clearly depicting Mr. Rosenbaum standing there at Car Source 2 shortly after the dumpster, standing there with his chain, the shirt tied up over his head. But Mr. Bigger says it's impossible for him to have threatened my client. That's garbage, just like his case. And Mr. Binger makes so much out of him one time saying, stay on your property. My client has as much right to go anywhere in downtown Kenosha as anyone else, just as the rioters did. And as he walks out to see if anybody wants medical help, he's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything to provoke anybody. Detective Antaramian, the juxtaposition of him and Howard, as I said, he is the one who talks about what he sees in the video, totally different. As you see, why did Mr. Rosenbaum go behind that car, 2 cars over from the Zeminskis? What was he doing over there? Why was he doing over there? And why does he come out as soon as Kyle comes down the road? Because they were going to ambush him. They had set it up, and I'll show you the video.
Come on, buddy. Speed it up, dude.
James Armstrong. The only thing I can say about James Armstrong is, okay, that's interesting. But what I'd like to say about his photographs, his knowledge of what he did, and some of the statements that the state has made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit that is out of focus. And that's what the state is relying. The picture does not make sense. As I showed earlier, it has Kyle shouldering the gun in the left shoulder. If he has it in the left shoulder, his back would be to the drone. The drone is moving around, and that changes the focal point. He's right-handed. That's where it goes. You'd see the crosses across his chest. But no, they need him to have somehow pointed a gun at the Zeminskis. I don't for a minute concede he did, but we know that Mr. Zeminski has been armed all evening.
Come on, buddy.
How would pointing a gun at Mr. Zeminski provoke Joseph Rosenbaum, who, according to the state, earlier in the case, they didn't even know each other? But I think they had to run away from that because there's so many pictures of them together. Mr. Armstrong's photograph, testimony. It took 3 days and 20 hours worth of work to come up with that picture. Went from color to black and white, and he admitted he never compared it to the original photograph. Still shot. Didn't take into consideration the fact that the drone was moving. The word peer-reviewed, state has said. Peer-reviewed is an independent verification of the events, the exhibit. So there was no testimony to this because it didn't happen, that Mr. Armstrong's coworker did 20 hours on the same photograph and came up with the same result. It didn't happen. When you see, and I'll show it to you later, when you see in the video the mirror and the shininess of the mirror, that's what that is. And by going around, spending 20 hours and bringing things up, it doesn't account for Kyle's arm. It doesn't account for the heat signature of the gun, none of it. Dr. Kelly.
Hurry up, man. Woo, he started so strong, and then he's like, now we're going to talk about
Personally,
all these things.
My favorite witness, because physical evidence doesn't lie. The soot, extremely close, if not touching. The location of the soot, I had him circle it on the exhibit. On redirect, after I had him do the demonstration and draw on the photograph, the state tried to get him to back up his opinion, back it off. He wouldn't, because the physical evidence doesn't lie. It's, as they say in the business, an inconvenient truth. They can't change it. It is what it is. That's the demonstration that happened in front of you, the gun and the hand. And if the individual's coming straight at it, the barrel of the gun, it would go through the hand like this. But we know that it was coming from right here, going down, and came out with a very clean exit wound.
Change the angle so I can
No
see.
soot here at all. So we know that the gun can't be here. We know there's just a little bit of soot on what's commonly referred to as the ring finger right here, and the bulk of it goes this way because it was over the gun, touching the gun. And Mr. Bigger says he was swiping at the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't need to chase him, didn't need to keep chasing him, didn't need to lunge at him, didn't need to swipe at the gun, i.e. grab the gun. And the shot to the back, as I said, 4 shots in 3/4 of a second. He's backing up, trying to stay away from him, shooting, and he shoots until the threat is immobilized. Ladies and gentlemen, other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay.
Wow.
And my client did it times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life from Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. And this is the prosecutor who said he shot him in the back. He shot him in the back on a horizontal plane consistent with lunging. The shot goes in here and ended up in his lower hip across the back. If he's on the ground or down and shot, the bullet goes into the back and ends up in the stomach or on the other side. It cleared back here, ended up in the lower hip. That's because he was on a horizontal plane. Kyle shot him. He had stippling to the stomach from the first. The pants stopped it from lower, but it was still on the upper. The furthest he was away when the first shot was fired was 4 feet and closing. 4 feet. I think it was Mr. Krause and I who had to fight about how far 4 feet is. It's not that far. It's not that far at all. brought a tape measure so I could measure a gun barrel for you today, but that's no longer an issue. So I'll show you what 4 feet is. No doubt.
Why he's doing this? Jen Psaki was asked why Biden referred to Kyle as
From
a
the
white
edge of the jury
supremacist,
box
and she said we're not commenting on ongoing trials.
to my foot right here, 4 feet, lunge, grabbing the gun. Think how close that is. Think how fast that distance is closed. What was Joseph Rosenbaum doing? Was he running after my client to give him a key to the city of Kenosha? Was he running after my client to say, hey, thanks for providing security? Use your common sense and your judgment. Look at Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior throughout the night. As I showed you, these are the pictures. One last. I'll get you the pointer. Exhibit 105, Dr. Kelly. So, right here. Here's entry. Exit's right over here. Goes across, clean, came out right there. This right here, nothing. Nothing on the back part of the hand, no soot. We know what was over the barrel. Remember Mr. Kraus asking the doctor, well, what about that big puff of smoke? That wouldn't have an effect. Soot only goes so far. That was Dr. Kelly's testimony. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He looks at the bodies, says what they are, makes a determination, and looks at the evidence. We had an expert, didn't call him because Dr. Kelly told the truth. Couldn't agree more. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and truth matter. In most trials, the case would have ended with Dr. Kelly. But we wanted to bring you our side of the story. We had nothing to hide. We were going to put on a defense. I heard Mr. Binger say red herring. The red herrings in this case are by the state, talking about super bullets, this metal jacket. I've been involved in homicide cases. One time it's a metal jacket. The next time the problem is the person had hollow points. Hollow points are designed to kill. Full metal jackets are to go through people. Ladies and gentlemen, bullets are bullets. Hate to tell you, at close range and close contact, they wreak havoc on a body.
Stop saying
and they kill
havoc.
people. No dispute. Wants to keep pointing at the militia, the militia, the militia. He knows Kyle's not a member of the militia. He has no evidence that he is. They went to the websites. They went to TikTok. They went all of that. All they can do is put up a little thing of a 17-year-old kid from his TikTok trying to be famous. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy. Talked about active shooter, the power of those words. My client didn't shoot at anyone until he was chased and cornered. Nick Smith got a phone call from Sam, asked on the second night of riding to go down there. They used the power washer and buckets to try and put out cars. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. Sam asked him to come and protect the next night and be paid. And
True.
he agreed to do it.
Very true.
He asked some of his friends to come with the help. Kyle, Dominic Black, talked about another father and a son, and then the people from West Bend showed up. He said that when they first saw Sam on the 25th, Sam gave him a hug and thanked him for protecting his property. He was on the roof when it was chemical bomb. He knew that Sam was grateful for their presence, but he also knew that people on the ground needed weapons. He heard Kyle when Kyle came back saying, I had to shoot. Body armor. I don't know why the Grays Lake Cadet Program gives people body armor. Don't know. My client had it. And if he wanted to be an active shooter, as Mr. Binger wants to portray him, why would he give up his body armor? Nick Smith wanted body armor. He goes, here, Nick, use mine. I'm going to be doing medical. Helping other people. You see him do it throughout. He gave Nick his body armor. Why would somebody give up their body armor if they're going to go out looking for trouble, seeking confrontation? Doesn't make sense. Joanne Fielder, she described Joseph Rosenbaum wearing a red shirt with a green earring. She described yellow pants, who I'll get to later. She stated Joseph Rosenbaum yelled he was going to kill us MFers and cut their hearts out. JR's arm goes up, and within seconds, they're tearing up from a gas bomb. She couldn't say for sure that she saw him throw it, but obviously that's the circumstantial evidence in her belief. She never saw Kyle act inappropriately with anybody, point a weapon at anybody. The size of the weapon might change, but it doesn't change what it can do. Presence speaks volume. It's a deterrent, and they've been pelted all night long with rocks. She was aware that they had consent to be where they are. Nathan DeBruyne. Interesting witness.
This guy did not need to go through all this. Am I right? I don't know. Did he?
Was out there taking photographs on the nights in question. More importantly, the 25th. He filmed the destruction of this community, uptown, downtown. And the ATF and the FBI found out about his videos, his still photography, which I think was incredible. They wanted it. And what did he do? Didn't ask for money. He gave it to him. He sat down with the detective and gave a full interview, showed him the photographs, talked about Mr. Rosenbaum and all the problems he was causing that night, the things he was doing. And that's within less than a month after this. He'd never met Kyle Rittenhouse, didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, but he had a feeling about what happened that night. And he said if there was trouble, Mr. Rosenbaum was there. I don't think any truer words have ever been repeated. Did he have a lawyer when he met with Detective Howard? No, he didn't. When did he get a lawyer? Remember? After he met with Mr. Kraus and Mr. Binger. Mr. Binger, the person who has made it his personal goal of putting my client's head on his wall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it did. And it means he's been cutting corners. And Nathan DeBruyne said, after meeting with Mr. Binger, I was very uncomfortable. He tried to put words in my mouth. And he had to go and hire a lawyer to protect him. First, it was show him the videos and then ask him the questions, trying to put words in his mouth.
It's going to be dark out now.
He didn't want that to happen.
Before I go back out.
He wanted to be able to tell his story of what he knew, what he did. He talked about Zeminski, the photographs of all the conduct that Zeminski had done that night. And I'll show you some of them. Here,
hold on.
The photos have a time.
I'm shutting her down, boys and girls, just because. Oh, I got something in my ear. It's so boring. We know what's going on. I guess we'll update tomorrow. They're not going to be able to deliberate tonight. They're going to deliberate tomorrow. I'll come back on tomorrow. I can't do it. I can't just sit there and listen to it. It's just he started out strong. I think he started out with the stuff he should have ended on. So let's just come back tomorrow and do this. I'm bored out of my tree, and it's literally going to be dark outside now. Now I need to change my tires to my winter tires. But thanks for joining me, and I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully.